22nd, I believe. So we have several things to go over, and I think we just will get started because we have a full day schedule. So with that, I'll start with the 5-year capital improvement plans for the Department of Commerce. Presentation will be by Danny Decker. Thank you for coming, Danny.
I'm sorry. So moving on, also included in that project will be the opportunity to add no-touch controls to most of our fixtures. So added element of safety there. So FY23, same facility, Topeka Workforce Center. We're going to improve the HVAC control systems. It's currently operating under the original pneumatic control systems. So our functional opportunities to set setbacks and things like that are limited. So that is on the schedule for FY23. FY24, the facility has the original storefronts and windows in it. So they are in need of upgrading and replacement. So we plan to do the 2 primary entrances and all the windows in the facility to modernize and also for energy conservation. For FY25, we plan to do a weatherproofing project for the facility, clean the exterior brick, recaulk all the expansion joints, and improve the visual track of the facility and weatherproof it. So FY26, we plan to do the second elevator in the facility. We previously did the public elevator a couple years ago. And so that'll include upgrading the power unit, modernizing the cab, and previously on the first elevator project, we did most of our compliance upgrades then for electrical service, so we won't be going through that on this second project with the second elevator. For FY27, we're going to work on our electrical systems in the building. Currently, we have a 408 volt capacity there, and that will not change, but we do need to improve our lighting and all controls to that. Install motion sensors where applicable, and upgrade to LED fixtures. So then at the bottom, we have our final debt payment service this year. You'll notice that that'll finalize that during FY22. So if you have any questions, I'd entertain them at this time. If you can answer them, I will. If not, we'll get back with you. So.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Committee, any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you know, but do you know the age of the building?
It was constructed in '83, so we're getting right up there to about its 40-year anniversary. So,
with that, I'm not going to worry about your changing the original storefront. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? If Not, thank you, Danny. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
being here today. Next, we'll hear from the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs. With that presentation, Bill Turner. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Bill Turner. I was recently appointed as the acting director of the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs here in the state of Kansas. And so I've just recently taken over, sir, in the position as the acting director here in the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs. A couple of things that we believe you have, the kind of our written product that we provided ahead of time. A couple items that we wanted to highlight up front were kind of to express our thanks and gratitude for the support that we've received through the years and the recent completion of the Halsey Kitchen that took place out in Dodge City at the Kansas Soldiers Home out there. This is a project that's been going on for a number of years. I believe the cost is somewhere in the neighborhood of around $1 million. And with the federal grants that we received, coupled with the state, we probably have saved about $300,000 right now. So the savings that we believe we've garnered from the federal grants that we received in the construction of that facility. In your packet, I believe you see a kind of a before and after picture there of that facility. And having great success with that, it's really helped to improve our operations down there in Dodge City. The other piece to highlight is going on this year is we just received an approval for the grant from the National Cemetery Administration for $1,410,000 to construct a columbarium wall at the Winfield Veterans Cemetery. The current wall that exists there, the niches, there's about 60 of those remaining at this time. And the construction for this new columbarium wall is scheduled to start on 1 November. And we expect it to be complete sometime in the June, July timeframe. And it'll house about 1,280 niches there to support our veterans in that way. We will work on the construction of that. It's going to be 8 different sections. So my intent would be, working with the folks there, is to have that constructed in sections so that we can continue to sustain our operations there and support our veterans. We will continue to work through that to make sure we bridge any gap that might take place, because we are burying right now probably about 7 to 10 folks in the columbarium walls per month, and we have 60 left in that wall. I believe the other items you can see on the facilities, a number of infrastructure improvements. Of note right now with the Kansas Veterans Home, we do have a couple of projects that are ongoing this year with the resident bathhouses. 3 of those are going in at the Kansas Veterans Home. They will service about 25 to 26 residents per wing, about 3 different wings there that they will service. So that'll be a great advantage to us there to upgrade that. That's over about 20 years old right now, the current infrastructure there. And then in the out years, in the FY23 is a window replacement of a building there that's about 60 years old in Timmerman Hall. And to help upgrade, those that current infrastructure there, where we're experiencing a lot of leaks and drafts and the light from windows that are of that age. And then lastly, there is the electrical infrastructure overhaul is about $1.3 million out in FY25. It's kind of an overarching reconstruction of that piece. With the Kansas Soldiers Home, again, there's a roof replacement there with Halsey Hall, again, for a facility. The roof's about 17 years old there. And then the upgrade or the kind of the renovation of the library museum there that is in existence there to take off the existing stucco on the outside of that wall and to provide some tuck point construction there to upgrade the masonry there. In the out years there in FY23, there is $550,000 that is focused on a bariatric room. Right now, they are using a mobile lift, if you will, and by having this upgrade to this room, they'll be kind of reduce the risk of injury there to our residents that require that service. With this, and then I really kind of touched on the piece with the cemetery. In the out years there, we are also looking at some upgrades to the bathroom facilities that will exist in the halls that are away from the main building, as well as some security updates there that will help there as well, just to maintain the dignity there of each of those institutions. So with that, pending any of your questions, sir, I am complete there.
Eddie, any questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And General Turner, welcome to your new post. Very happy to have you there. And also would like to commend you and your staff in terms of the Halsey Hall. It seems like we have talked about that ever since I've been on this committee, and it's great to have that part done. And I just have one question on that. I see there's a roof remodel for that too, or replacement,
Yes, sir.
and that's planned for this next year.
That's correct, sir.
Any danger of damage not getting that done in a timely
At
manner?
this time, we don't anticipate any issues. And like I said, sir, the roof's about 17 years old, and they're having to put literally like thousands of dollars each year into the ongoing repairs, and so it'll help to kind of put that to rest with a new roof there, and no issues going forward at this time.
I want to be sure we protect that kitchen, because when we have I'm on your board, and when we have those meetings out there, the cinnamon rolls are the best I've ever had, so I don't want to have any danger to that.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also want to welcome you and appreciate the work that was done in Halsey Hall. When I look at the list of upcoming projects, there's a large project to remodel the dining room and serving line in Bleckley Hall. Did you say the kitchen was about $1 million?
The previous kitchen that was done at Halsey Hall, man, was right in the neighborhood of about $1 million. And what this is it's a bigger facility, what they're looking at there with the dining area. It's kind of an associated common area there that exists between various neighborhoods there that they're looking at right now. Some of the costs is, I mean, these are early on estimates right now, and then given obviously the cost of materials and the kind of the percentage that we're using for increased expenditures that we're expecting, that's why we're seeing that estimate right now.
Almost $3.5 million seems like an odd comparison to a kitchen.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. On that Halsey Hall roof, is that a flat roof or a peaked roof, or do you know?
Sir, I've been out there, but I can't remember. They're saying it's a flat roof, sir.
Have you ever considered putting a peak roof on there? Steel roof? Might want to look at that because in flat roofs, there's two kinds, those that are leaking and those that are going to leak. I mean, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Committee, any other questions? Okay, is Luke Drury here? Would you like? Okay. All right, if there aren't any other comments, committee, I would accept a motion to accept this 5-year plan from Veterans Affairs. Senator Hawk.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Senator Francisco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Committee, I have neglected to ask for a motion to accept the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Department of Commerce. I'm sorry for that neglect, and so Senator Billinger has made the motion to accept that plan. Representative Alcala has seconded that. Any discussion, any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So we'll now move on to the State Historical Society. And I believe we have Jenny Chin available, Executive Director, virtual. Is that correct? Are you here, Jenny?
Can you see me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for letting me do this virtually. I appreciate it. Are you ready for me to begin?
Yeah, we can't see you, but we can hear you. That's the main thing,
Okay,
right?
let me see if I can. Maybe that's a good thing.
Okay, we're ready for you. Go ahead.
Are you seeing me or just hearing me?
We are just hearing you. We hear you fine, but the
Well, then I'm
video.
just going to go ahead since for some reason, it's not starting.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
that'd be fine.
you'll just hear my voice then. Thank you very much for letting us be here today and letting us do this virtually. We're here to talk about our 5-year plan. Many of you have seen us before, and we're so appreciative of the support that you have all given us in the past for capital improvements. I just want to remind you that the Kansas Historical Society owns 58 buildings and structures across the state for a combined 600 acres of land. Every year, the agency receives $250,000 in FGS for repairs to address cyclical maintenance issues and emergency repairs due to age, accidents, and weather-related causes to those 58 buildings. The annual request for emergency repair monies is always our top priority for capital improvements. Although the amount of money is small in relationship to the number of buildings, without these funds, we just could not function at all as an agency. So it's very, very important to us. It's always our #1 priority. For the current year, we want to thank you for the help you gave us last year. Our approved budget for 2022 has funds to repair some delayed maintenance issues at the Kansas Museum of History, including replacement of concrete entrance of the entrance plaza and replacement of floors and reconfiguration of space in the lobby. The agency is working with engineers on the project and will bid the work in the coming months. The agency also received funding last year from the legislature to repair 2 severely damaged culverts on the property due to an unexpected flood. And the agency has accepted a bid for that project, and the work will be starting sometime soon. So both projects are in the works, and we greatly appreciate you listening to our emergency needs last year. Now, the 2023 capital improvements are, we're going to make one amendment that is actually to lower an amount on our budget. I bet that doesn't happen very often, but we are this year. In our 5-year plan submitted on July 1st, 2021, we asked for a little bit more for our annual $250,000 repair. So we have included with this testimony a corrected DA 418A and B, and it's attached to this testimony for the emergency and rehabilitation repairs allocation. This involves our base funding, as I said before, for the 58 buildings that we take care of each year. We had originally asked for an increase for 2023, and we are delaying this request for 1 year to 2024 due to other urgent operating needs the agency has due to what we've just been through with COVID that has to do outside of capital improvements. So what we're looking at is the chart on the second page that shows you in an easy form what we're looking at for 2023. The first will be our usual $250,000 for our emergency repairs and rehabilitation. And then that is what we do every year. It's fixing tornado damage, it's fixing wind problems, it's fixing if there's a leak in the roof. These are the kinds of things we all have in our own personal finances to take care of those unexpected things that happen with buildings. Our second one, the next 3 are all specific projects. The second one is roof replacements due to hail damage at Cottonwood Ranch, Sheridan County. These are all private funds. This is a property for which we have an endowment, a private endowment. And so we are not asking for any state general funds. We have already, this is a multi-year project. We have already fixed the hail damage on the 4 ranch buildings. And now we need to finish the project by fixing the roof on 3 of the outbuildings. And this is about $60,000. And again, this is in private funds. Our third project is repainting Constitution Hall in Douglas County in Lecompton. It is a property that was built in 1857 and has an exterior wood siding. and it must be painted periodically just to preserve the original wood. This is a $35,000 project. This will be used with federal funds, $20,000 from the federal funds we receive, and $15,000 in private funds to match that, both of which we have on hand at this time. And then the final project is the roof and the HVAC replacement. John Brown Museum in Osawatomie in Miami County. It's $67,800. The existing roof, and I need to explain this property, the cabin that belonged to John Brown's sister, of which John Brown stayed, and that's where the Underground Railroad, that he often dropped people off there, is a cabin that is inside a stone pavilion to protect it. That was way before my time here and before your time as legislators, when the legislature did authorize the building of this outward pavilion. And so what we're talking about is the roof on the pavilion, and the HVAC system includes the entire building. So basically you have the cabin inside a pavilion is what you're looking at. And at one time that was a preservation technique. We would probably not do it that way today. However, the actual exterior building has become historic in its own right at this point in time. So the roof is a flat roof, and it's 21 years old, and we've been patching it for several years, and it just simply needs replacing at this point. And then it also has a 35-year-old HVAC system, and it's no longer functioning properly, and we need that to also be replaced while we have the roof off. So this is a $67,800 project, and we are looking at using federal funds for this with the help of the city of Osawatomie, who actually runs the property for us, and they are willing to help us on some of the engineering studies. So this is a partnership project for $67,800. So the only state general fund we are asking you to approve in 2023 is the existing rehabilitation and emergency funds of $250,000 that is done for us each year. We greatly appreciate the support of the committee. You have always been gracious in hearing our situation and hearing our needs. And today we are requesting that you concur with the Kansas Historical Society's 5-year capital improvement plan as amended by the agency, which again takes one number down back to 250,000. And that's all I have. It. We can stand for question. I have Matthew Chappell, who is our Director of Facilities, here with us also, and he'd be happy to answer any questions also.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jenny, appreciate you being here. Where are we on the plaza and the lobby remodel that we put 200,000 in for this budget year?
Okay, we have started both of those projects. We are working with an engineer on the plaza due to some water issues to solve. We need to carry some water away from the building, and so that will still be bid this year. And then the coverts were the damaging from the flood that came in a couple of years ago. That we have just signed a contract, so that work will be done soon. Of course, with the concrete work, that is weather dependent. So I can't tell you exactly when that will start. We can't do it in the dead of winter. So I'm thinking it will be most likely the work will be done in spring. Matthew, is that correct? Yes, he's shaking his head yes. So.
And when will you replace that floor in the lobby area?
We are replacing, and then the floor will be replaced after we have these two under contract. Then we will start on doing the work for the floor replacement. We are scheduled at this time to reopen about the spring of 2023 with the new exhibits, and I assure you the floor will be in long before that. It should be in before the end of next year, or at least under contract.
And the new exhibits are what you acquired private funding for?
Yes, we acquired $6 million to do that privately. Yes.
And then on number 8, that $1.2 million in 2025 for your chiller and your main AHU, that wasn't part of that private funding. You're going to be asking for that in another year or two. Is that correct?
Oh, for the chiller and the
Yeah.
AHU, Matt, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, this is Matthew Chappell. Yeah, we're looking to replace the chiller and the HVAC system for the entire collections as well as in the museum area. It's at end of life right now, so that will be something that, yes, we'll be requesting here in the next year or so, 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
welcome.
Senator Clays.
Asked and answered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question, Senator Hawk, got to part of this. So I think, what we will be voting on is the 5-year capital improvement plan. Is that right? Okay, so we didn't really speak to that too much. And so you asked a few questions for the outgoing years, but I'm curious, so the SGF for 24, 25, and so on, 375, nobody really spoke to that. So if someone could maybe give an explanation there, that would be appreciated.
Matthew, do you want me to do it? Okay.
Yes.
For FY '24, sorry, I was trying to be cognitive of your time, that's at Grinter Place, and that's in Wyandotte County. And our parking lot, our visitors parking has completely deteriorated into small stones. The cement has, that parking lot is very old. It's before I've been with the agency for 35 to 40 years, and it's the same parking lot. So it has not been repaired or replaced at this point in time. And it is now starting to affect our ability to have ADA parking. And we're looking at that in 2024. And then Matthew talked about the AHU and the chiller. And those are the 2 state general funds projects we have at this time in the 5-year report. The rest is all private or grant money. And to be honest, what we do is we pick certain projects for SGF in the future. But if we are able to raise funds, or if we're able to obtain federal funds for those could change before we get to that period to be not general fund. Does that make sense? We do our best to try to raise outside funds for many of these buildings.
Could I ask a follow-up? So just to make sure I understand, this chart that we're looking at that's on page 3, what you were talking about, the parking, that was number 7, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so then what about the SGF up there, just the regular emergency and rehabilitation? Are you just thinking you're going to need an extra $125,000 in those subsequent years, or was there something particularly attached to that?
No, that has to do with, we have been talking to past committee members in this committee about that the 250,000 is not enough as it was. We've been getting 250,000 for many, many years each year, and at some point we needed to raise that. We're choosing not, we were going to raise it this year. We projected to raise it, but we think we can handle it with 250,000 this year. It has to do with the cost of supplies and labor going up. We've gotten 250,000 for many, many years. That has been never changed. And that's our base capital improvement money, so to speak. That's for all the emergency repairs. With as many buildings as we have, it is necessary to sometimes decide on the spur of the moment to we have had properties, particularly on Highway 36 hit by tornadoes, and we've had to do emergency roof repairs. Usually these are things like pipes bursting, emergency roof repairs, damage to perhaps high wind damage, so siding. These are things that have to be done quickly, and in past legislators, they have given us this amount of money as our money to use towards those repairs that happen as emergencies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that Cottonwood Ranch, on the hail damage, do you not carry insurance?
No, it's a state building, and it doesn't meet, it's out there by itself, so it's not, my understanding is it's not grouped with other buildings. So we're basically self-insured up to a certain amount of money, and we're under that amount of money. The state does not, I think the state insurance pays if we hit $1 million, and we're way under $1 million. We're
What's
not
the
allowed to
what's-
carry our own insurance that goes through the state.
What's the value of this property?
Oh, boy. Do you know, Matthew? I'd have to get back to you on that. It has multiple buildings. It has about 20 acres. It is, we have it because it's historic. What is helpful there is we don't use state general fund there. We have a private endowment that was left by the family of the people who are the ancestors of the people that built the ranch. And so all of these repairs, it is a state property, but all these repairs are paid for through that endowment.
Seems to me like maybe we ought to look at putting insurance on these projects. I mean, you just stated to Representative that it's $250, now $375 is for storm damage and that type of stuff. I just think it's something we should look at, insurance on these type properties. I mean, if they're worth fixing, they're probably worth insuring. Thank you.
Well, we will be happy to talk to the Department of Administration about that and make sure we're understanding the insurance situation. I think the only extra insurance we have was through an act of the legislature, and that was to ensure state collections. If something was to damage the state collections in the Kansas Museum of History, and we needed special legislation for that. So we'll investigate that with the Department of Administration and bring that back to you next time we meet with you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Jenny, some of this emergency rehab is for storm damage, but other would be for just the locks on the doors have stopped working, or
Yes.
The lighting system
Yes.
has gone out. So things that you might not be able to get insurance on. And my understanding is it would be difficult to list out all the
Yes.
individual things or know about them ahead of time. One thing that might be helpful for the committee would just be to actually, and this would be for all the agencies that have this, just a report of how much was spent the year before
Okay.
on those allocations. And then we can see whether you're really pushing up against the top, or you can say, you know, we spent our $250,000 and here are the things that we weren't yet able to get done this year, because I know several of the agencies use the following year's money to repair things that have already happened the year before.
Yes, and you're exactly right. These are often the repairs that we just can't wait to go through the process. Like if we have an electrical problem, if a toilet breaks, things like that have to be repaired right away. And yes, we would be happy to share that with you the next time we meet with you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea also. Any more questions, comments? Thank you, Jenny, for being here
Thank-
today.
Thank you.
Committee, I would look for a motion if we want to accept the 5-year capital budget plan for the State Historical Society. Senator Francisco.
So move.
Senator Hawk seconds. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay, next on our agenda is the 5-year capital budget plan for the School for the Deaf. Looks like John Martello is with us virtually. Are you there, John?
Yes, I'm here. Do you see and hear me?
We can hear you fine, and I'll bet by the time you start, maybe we can see you. There you are. Yep.
Great.
Thank you for coming, John. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to do this virtually. It is greatly appreciated. I will be using, my name is John Martello. I'm going to be talking for the School for the Deaf and then following also the School for the Blind. I manage both in regards to capital budgets. I'll be using the DA 418A as my outline and then go into the meat of it through the DA 14B. So the DA 14A shows our 4 priorities, and we do have it listing what we currently have spent this last year and then what we're requesting for FY 2023. And I will go over that via the DA 418B. On priority number 1, that has to do with our safety and security systems on the School for the Deaf. And this is ongoing maintenance and repairs of our security safety systems. On the School for the Deaf, that system is actually a 3-light system in addition to the auditory. And so it would alert you through visual cues of tornado, intruder, and fire. In addition, we do have the remote communications and all the normal protocols, but ours is a very visual environment. You will see that on the DA 14A, I am asking for $2,000 to be reappropriated from 2021 to FY 2022. This will be state institutional building funds. In fact, the 2 schools are funded by the State Institutional Building Fund, SIBF. And so these funds are being requested to be moved over. So I did not get to spend all of that this last year in this line item. I do have highlighted down below FY23 that these are recurring costs, and they do pretty much go all the way out to 2027 of our 5-year plan. And you will notice that in FY 2025 is when we're going to start to do some upgrading of our legacy systems, drivers, servers, computer components that come to end of life. So that's what starts showing up in 2025 and 2026, and then we get back to normal again. So that's priority number 1. Priority number 2 would be the next page. And that outlines our focus on our HVAC systems. Our HVAC systems are all old, and we've been going after this for several years with your support. And I do want to mention my appreciation and the school's appreciation for trying to move our systems off of a centralized boiler system into independent HVAC systems per building with the modern Freon and efficiencies that don't cost an arm and a leg to have service because things are so old. Either the one, they don't have parts and pieces for them anymore, and they have to be manufactured special, or R22 Freon, which is almost as valuable as a brick of gold. So our continuous system to project to get all our boilers decommissioned and have independent buildings is one, an efficiency and a cost benefit. And so priority number 2 speaks to that, and how we are actually working on a gym that is a 1982 build and a student center 1952 build that did not have any modern HVAC systems, and then also the Parks Bilger part of that, which makes up the complex that does have an HVAC system, which is original to the early 80s. and trying to get that up to speed and up to date and actually climate controlled. There is a reappropriation request also for this. You will see my FY 23 through 27 does sort of delineate what we're going to be doing each year. Phase 2 and phase 3 of the Foltz Student Center Parks Builder Complex will continue on. And then in 25, we'll start focusing on the health center. Right now, we're cooling that with window units. And so we can get by for a bit, but I do want to get the health center to be a modern infirmary. And then we'll start looking at the dorm rooms and then eventually the other gym we have, the Taylor Gym, but that's 2027 out. These are approximate goals that something might pop up before then, before 2027, and at that point, that'll take pole position number 1. That is priority number 2 of HVAC upgrades and maintenance. Number 3 is our rehab and repair. This is our main line item. That is how we repair things like, as you heard earlier from the Historical Society, toilets that break, immediate electrical issues or something, things that are existing that need to have some attention. And then also with that, some things that are existing that need to have some wholesale improvements, which is why then we have some additional items listed here. So I am looking for a reappropriation under priority number 3 for rehab and repair of $12,894 from FY 21 to 22. These are funds that I was unable to commit due to very logistical challenges. We had a plan for it, but COVID got in the way with delays. So I'd like to have the money so we can continue with those. In 2023, the Foltz Gym wall is showing some structural fracture issues, and so we'd like to go ahead and address that. And then the freezers and refrigeration system at both the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind. And I'm saying this now so that way when you hear it later, you'll know that I'm trying to package this bid out so we'll get a better pricing. So the refrigeration and refrigerator systems at both schools are in desperate need of some repair. The challenge will be maintaining kitchen services while we do the work, and we will do that. But that is in FY 24. There's some logistical planning that needs to happen. That's why it's pushed off to 24. 25, we're looking to continue our upgrades to playgrounds. 26, windows, trying to make sure that they actually do a good job of keeping the environment outside out and the environment and cooling inside in. And then also roof repairs that eventually have to happen. So that is on our rehab and repair priority number 3. And then the last priority, not last, but in regards to priority, but definitely something that would be a special project that is something that we don't currently have planned, but would like to have extra money for. And that would be if we could get funding of $114,035 for the continued renovation of the Roberts High School building. And that would be classrooms. So there are 3 floors in that high school, and we would be putting new flooring, refresh the paint, and maybe some laminate on cabinet facades for $114,000. It would take care of the entire high school for that amount. And that in sum is the request for the School for the Deaf for FY 23 request, and then also the out year explanations. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Committee questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the work that's being done on the HVAC systems. Just want to ensure that the replacement for the system serving the health center would provide extra air exchange and be what is now considered appropriate for clinics, hospitals. I think we're all looking at a higher degree of air exchange to protect health in some of those facilities. So I'm wanting to make sure that you have an opportunity to ask those questions before that system's installed.
Yes, all my systems either will or have been retrofitted with plasma ionization. We're also using ultraviolet light where appropriate. And then some other devices that have space treatment of air. And so we have taken that to heart and have implemented that immediately once the federal funds came available to us, and also support from this group here.
That's good to know. My other question may be as much for our staff as it is for you. We're seeing an increase that I'm not saying is inappropriate, but for both the school for the deaf and the school for the blind in 23, 24, and 25. How does that affect our SIBF funds?
Is there staff that can help us with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For FY 22, if they're it's difficult to determine how it would impact SIBF, as there's not necessarily an estimate for those out years beyond 2023, 24. So there's not a general estimate of how much revenue would go to those funds. So it's difficult to determine whether this would have an adverse adverse impact on the fund. I know that's not a very useful answer, but that's really all I can say at this point.
Mr. Chair, I think we just might want to make a note that the committee would like to remain advised on the strength of those funds or the value in those funds as we move forward. That could be part of our comments.
We can do that. Senator Hawk.
Just a follow-up question. I should know this, but I don't. Could you review me on the source of funding for the SIBF? Is that mill levy that is charged statewide? I'm trying to remember if it's 1.5 mil or what it is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can address that. The SIBF, that is derived from a $0.5 mil tax levy on real property.
And could you tell me roughly how much revenue that generates each year?
Mr. Chairman, I can't address that. For FY22, the estimated revenue was to the State Institution Building Fund was $21.9 million. Total expenditures in FY22 were $17.3 million. So that would leave an ending balance in FY22. This is based off of the approved the approved appropriations bill. The ending balance was estimated to be $11.5 million.
And does that roll over what is not spent every year into the next year?
That is correct. The balance that is not spent does roll over into the next year, and then additional revenues also feed into that amount that's available for FY23.
And I'm also assuming our tax bill, revenue neutral bill, doesn't apply to that fund like it does to local units of government?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know if the revisor might know.
I do not believe that provision applies, but let us check.
Thank you. Chair.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just note that in looking what's happened in Douglas County, we have seen significant increase in residential property, but we've also seen a serious decrease in commercial property. So I do think we want, as a legislature, to be aware of what's happening and spend what we have, because the earlier we spend it, I think the more we can help damage on roofs and getting HVAC systems that are more efficient, but also we need to be cognizant of what's happening to that fund.
Good point. Any more questions? I think we'll stop here and ask for a motion to accept the 5-year capital budget plan for the School of the Deaf. Motion made by Senator Billinger. Do I hear a second? Senator Francisco. I have a motion and a second to accept the 5-year capital budget plan for the School of the Deaf. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. John, let's move on to the School for the Blind, please.
Okay. I will use the same method of explanation. I will be using the DA 418A and then the DA 418B to go in depth. You'll see that the DA 14A is also broken down by priorities. The two schools are very similar in that regards. On the DA 14B, priority number 1 does spell out how we will continue to use our the funds appropriated to us to maintain the systems. The two schools are sister schools, and we have the same type of systems that do the notification in order for find deficiencies in operation and also in service. I do have it broken down to where when we start doing the upgrades on one campus, we'll be doing them on the other. Again, one bid, lower price, and that's in FY25 and then 26 on priority number 1. Priority number 2 is also similar in layout in that it's an HVAC system and upgrades. And it delineates $487.69 I was unable to spend in FY21. I would like to carry it over to FY22 if possible. I do have highlights of FY23 on to FY27 of what I'll be spending the funds for. And FY23, it will be working on the Irwin building and replacing the HVAC system. The Irwin building is a vintage of 1971. Most everything except for some replacement components do date back to that. And so I do want to replace as much as possible. It does house our pre-K room, a security, and some offices. In FY24, like to go ahead and work on the Vogel building. The Vogel building is a 1962 build, and that houses a lot of our classrooms and the library. FY25, replace the main boiler. I actually want to decommission it in FY25. That will be a big celebration once that big boiler can go away and all the buildings are operating independently. So I don't need to heat up the whole campus just for one building. I can only heat the building I need or cool the building I need as needed versus doing the centralized boiler system. FY26, then I will focus on decommissioning that line to it, and then it would be the main boiler would go away in FY26. I misspoke earlier about 25. So my celebration will be in FY26. And then 27, we will then go back recurring services to all HVAC systems that need it. But at that point, then they're already new and they will require very minimal expense. And you will see the cost for that line item dropping significantly to 107. And that would be free on charges or replacing various compressors and seeing things that need to happen. But that's FY27. It's hard to predict what that'll be that far out, but that's an estimate. Priority number 3, rehab and repair. This is our main funding of how we get things done. And what we want to do with that, in addition to our base, is to do also the kitchen, refrigeration, freezer, again, package bid. And then we do have, our engineers told us that we do have an issue that we want to get addressed sooner than later on our electrical service and our maintenance shop. And we do have some equipment that manufacturers don't even exist anymore. Federal, Junior, Federal Pacific. And so when electricians come out, the first thing they say is, before I can fix this, you got to replace it. And so we haven't had any issues yet, but I don't want to wait for that. I don't want to come before this committee with an emergency. So this is more like forewarned. I've been told that it's old, so I want to get rid of it. And so that's what is in the next fiscal year. FY24, we are continuing to do our perimeter fencing replacement from chain link to a more functional fencing. And then also with that, continue any electrical upgrades that may need to happen that we may not be able to do in FY23. It's hard to know what you have until you get into it. So just wanted to put that on notice for FY24. FY25, again, window envelope, making sure that the buildings are really performing optimally in regards to temperature and energy efficiency. And then 26, Johnson, another school building, and then eventually go metal roofs in FY27. That's priority number 3. Priority number 4, in FY23, we would like to put in an elevator. I know I've talked to this committee for several years about it, and every year I've been announcing that, hey, we're getting closer, and we're now here. And so I would like to start work on doing an elevator to the Brighton building. The Brighton building holds our makerspace and also our pool. And the pool is on a lower level, and if you're in a wheelchair, you have to go outside, down the side of the hill, and then in the back to get to the pool. It's not really great to do in inclement weather. And the pool is used by our students for both for recreational therapeutic purposes. And so why was the elevator never put in back in the day when it was built? I do not know, but I like to remedy this, and that is why it's in my FY23 request. FY24, remove the gym floor and remodel it to a multi-purpose. You will see that that line item is $709,431. I will tell you that when the time comes, I will not be asking for that, but that is what the cost is estimated to be. We are in the process of trying to raise private funds. In fact, if you have time on September 25th in the morning, that Saturday, come join us. We're doing a 5K walk, and would love to have everybody and anybody interested to come. And those funds will be going to try to help offset the cost for these type of projects that definitely help the kids. And then we have the resurfacing of our athletic track in FY25, FY26, electrical service changes to the maintenance building for a backup generator. Eventually, we do want to have this entire campus being off the grid as far as BPU is concerned, and have it be able to maintain services to our life safety systems, and also students that are residential that need to have various devices that need to have electricity and not be dependent on the local utility losing power due to some unforeseen circumstances. So that's a pipe dream of mine, and so that's FY26. It'd be nice to do that. And FY27, we have nothing at this time requested. That is a summary of the School for the Blind's 5-year capital budget request, and focusing on FY23. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Committee questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, not so much a question. I appreciate your comment about the gym floor and an intent to raise private funds. If that project is done over a summer, and we look at this again next year, we might consider breaking that up between fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. Just if that helps make the budget a little more even.
It also helps me in getting the project to happen, trying to do it when summer school's over and before fall semester comes. It's always tight, but that's my window.
Okay, thank you, John. Any more questions, comments? Not, I'd entertain a motion to accept the 5-year plan for the School for the Blind. Motion made by Senator Billinger, seconded by Senator Hawk. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you.
Could I just ask a quick question? Thank you so much for this. I'm wondering, could you break down under the state institutions building fund those expenditures for the last few years? Like what went where? Is that a possibility to the researchers?
Sure, I can address that. Yeah, we can do that. That will take that will take a little bit to compile, but yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you. We might want to say, are you interested in like just how much is, I think, the university or higher education fund or particular schools?
So I am the chairman of the Higher Ed Budget Committee. That's one of the reasons I was asking. So if we could break it down, even not just universities, but exactly where it went, that would, if possible, that would be great. That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask, I just wanted to clarify, do you want that to focus on the state institutions building fund, or there's 3 building funds there?
Oh, sorry, I'm most interested in the State Institution Buildings Fund, but I don't know about the rest of the committee, but that's the one I was asking about. Thank you.
Is the educational building fund the one that's higher ed?
Mr. Chairman, I can address that. Yes, ma'am. And that's managed or administered by the Kansas Board of Regents. Okay.
Okay. It looks like we're somewhat ahead of schedule. Next would be presentation by the Department of Labor from Dawn Palmberg, Chief Fiscal Officer. And she's here. Welcome, Dawn. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. As you know, we've been very busy at the Department of Labor, so I do have a few changes to some of the projects that either A, didn't get done because we were really busy with unemployment. So most of the projects in the current year were reviewed and approved last year, and they are in the works. So we are continuing renovations at the Eastman building. That building houses a lot of our unemployment. It houses our call center. So we are renovating that and providing them a nice space. It's been actually kind of convenient that they were all sent home. We didn't have to find a new place for them. They were able to continue work. And we were able to continue renovations of that. And that call center is actually finishing up right now. It should be done in November this year, so they should be able to go back in their normal space in November. And that was actually part of last year. So the next phase is the basement. And as we do that, so phase 3 is item number 4. And that is the basement. And then item number 2 is all of the HVAC venting. The HVAC itself does not need to be replaced, but the venting was not really upgraded when they put in the system. So we're fixing that now so that it's more efficient. So those 2 projects go together. One of the things that did not get done last year that we are moving to this year is the installation of intercom systems. We renovated 1309 a couple of years ago, and it is now ready for an intercom system. And the East Circle Drive South, that is the building that I refer to as Eastman. And so as we renovate that building, we're trying to get we want the intercom system in there as well. So that's been moved to the current year from last year. And then we have a water softener on the boilers at Eastman, but we do not have one on the boilers at 401. And it's my understanding that installation of a water softener keeps the sediment out and extends the life of the boilers. So in order to try to do that, we would like to install that. And that is actually a new project in the current year. And then the last project for the current year is some maintenance of the brickwork at 3 of our buildings. So all of our buildings have a lot of brickwork, and that has not been addressed in quite some time. And we are actually starting to see some seepage from some of the deterioration of the mortar. So we need to get that looked at. That wraps up the current year, and I know that's a little aggressive, but we're going to do our best to get all of those items done in the current year. In 2023, oh, and I forgot to mention, the rehab and repair is just a standing line item, and it's item number 1 at the very top. So in 2023, we are continuing our renovations at Eastman. So that will encompass the HVAC venting on the second floor. So there's 3 floors in that building. There's the main level, the garden level, and the second floor. So we're doing the main level now, wrapping it up now, and then the basement is next, and then we'll do the 3rd floor. So the venting is item number 2 in 2023. And then phase 4 is item number 7 in 2023. And then we're also going to start replacing windows. So we've been repairing windows and recocking them and all of that for the past several years. And it's just time to start actually replacing some of those to be more efficient as we move forward. And that project starts in 2023. The building that we have in 2023 slated for new windows is our main headquarters at 401 Southwest Topeka. And then also in 2023, the final project is to overlay parking lots at 401 and at 1309. In 2024, we will continue replacing windows. And the reason that 2024 is so much less than 2023 is because that building is the building at 1309 Topeka, and it does not have near the windows that our 401 building does. And then we do intend to replace the boilers. They are approximately 20 years old. So in 2024, we intend to replace the boilers at 401 and also the outside AC units at 401 so that they're uniform. And then the last project in 2024 is the final phase. So we split the 3rd floor up at Eastman. The final phase will be in 2024, and that'll be whatever half didn't get done in 2023. And that is the projects for 2024. In 2025, we will finish up the replacement of windows, and those will be the windows out at the Eastman building. And then also in 2025, sorry, it's hard to track with a mask because I keep seeing the mask as I'm looking at the paper. In 2025, we will replace the roof. We are starting to have to repair the roof out at Eastman. And before you ask, yes, it is a flat roof. So, and no, we have not considered making it a pitch roof, but I don't know what that would take, but we could certainly look at that. And then finally, in 2026, the boilers at Eastman, they're about 15 years old now. So we're anticipating in 2026, we may have to replace those. And those are the projects that we've got lined out for the next several years that we foresee being a true need. And I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Don. Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. We just heard from the School for the Deaf and the Blind that they can't wait to get rid of their boilers and put in more modern HVAC systems.
I heard that.
I'm not an engineer.
Me neither.
Never wanted to be one, except I wished I would have had a couple courses in it, looking at my current career choice. But at any rate, how do we know if this is the right way to go, where the boiler technology, is that the only technology that works on these old buildings? Or should we be looking at, instead of replacing boilers, going to a different kind of a system?
It is very possible, and his comment intrigued me as well. I don't know the answer to that, but I will definitely look into that and do some research.
I know I sure would be inclined to be as frugal as we could be in what it costs, but also look at our energy costs. And my guess is, I'd think we're stuck with a boiler system in the Capitol complex, but I don't know if that's the case with some of these other older buildings around Topeka. So I'd be real interested in at least looking at that, or what a cost might be to get a engineering consulting firm to look at that.
Absolutely, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hawk got part of that. I'm assuming we're talking two different type boilers on some of these. I mean, you had one boiler for the water softener type for the boilers. Is that all the same boilers?
Well, they're in different buildings, but yes, the boilers it would be the same type. And the water softener, we have a water softener on the boiler at Eastman, but we do not, there was never one put on the boiler at 401.
So how much longer do you project the boilers to last by putting water softeners on? I mean, is it extended another 10 years, 40 years?
10.
We're looking at a cost of $10,000 a year to extend it. Well, it'd be about $5,000 a year then.
Yeah.
I'm like Senator Hawk. I think you need to look into what the options might be. Thank
I
you.
agree. Yeah.
Good point. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping the Department of Administration might be able to help all of us better understand this question of boilers versus other HVAC systems, because it's more than one building. And so if we're going to have an engineer, it might be good to have one that helps the whole system rather than try to have each agency
Do their own.
do their own engineering. And then I want to note, I understand and appreciate the fact that you are going to increase your rehabilitation and repair dollars overall so that they can cover the cost of those incidental repairs. And that you're able to extend that to 2026, but it makes sense to put something like that in the budget, so I appreciate that.
Okay, committee, other questions? Senator Hawk.
I have a question that probably doesn't relate to this. And I haven't paid close enough attention to look at, I think what we're doing is just bricks and mortars, and we don't ever deal with computer systems, which is sort of the hot topic.
Yeah, not in my capital improvement budget.
Not in your capital.
No.
Oh, good, you won't have to answer that question about how this interfaces with getting our computer systems up to speed. So, thank you.
That would be different funding. That much I can tell you.
I'm very concerned about that too, so.
Yes, as we all are. It's a
Thank you, Mr.
struggle.
Chairman.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you. A good comment from Senator Hawk. We just want to make sure there's space for it, whatever you need. We want to be able to accommodate, and we want a very good roof over it all.
Yeah. Well, the building that should be going in had a roof replaced either, I think, 2 years ago. So we're brand new.
Good point. And we're fast at work on that. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you remind us what FCFF is? It's the source of the funds, of the fund.
Oh, it's fee funds. It's our work comp fee fund.
Ah,
I
perfect.
can't remember
Of
the
course.
technical
Yeah,
term
I
of
mean,
the.
workers' compensation fee funds, maybe, but
Oh, is that what you said? WCFF? Yes.
that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, any other comments or questions? If none, Senator Francisco.
I move we accept the 5-year capital budget plan for the Kansas Department of Labor.
Okay, I have a first motion to accept the 5-year capital plan and a second from Senator Hawk. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Don. Okay. Next, we're going to visit with the judicial branch and Sean Jurgensen. Welcome, Sean. Thank you for coming. Is your blue button on?
I didn't realize you turned it off. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm Sean Jurgensen with the Judicial Branch. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today concerning the Judicial Branch's 5-year capital improvement plan, which includes 4 potential projects for the Judicial Center. And those are currently budgeted for our docket fee fund, but the start of those projects will depend on 3 key factors that we're looking at. And the first is our docket fee fund receipts. Last year, we experienced some unreliability in our docket fee fund, and so until those docket fee fund receipts continue to maintain consistency, that's something that we're fairly aware of. We're very much aware of that, and we're monitoring that, so that's our key factor that we're looking at there to start. The second is availability of grant funding and ARPA funds. Some of these projects may be suitable for ARPA funding and other grants, and so we're actively exploring whether we can find funding in one of those 2 sources before these projects commence. And then finally is construction costs. I don't think it's any secret that construction costs are high right now, and so we are working with Department of Administration on determining when to put these projects out for bid. And so while these are on the horizon, and we don't know when they will commence, we want to be as transparent as possible of these are the projects we're looking at for the Judicial Center. And so the first is a secure mailroom. As the committee is aware, we are in the process of rolling out our centralized case management system, the new centralized case management system. Along with that, we are centralizing payment processing and disbursements for all 105 counties, all 110 courthouses. Consequently, the amount of mail that is coming into the Judicial Center is increasing. And so the office that is being used as our mailroom does not have the space or the security needed that it will need ultimately to process that volume of mail for all 105 counties. And so we need to construct one. And so that's the first project. And we've received some recommendations from the Department of Homeland Security, and we will implement those recommendations into the design structure, and that's happening with our contacts at D of A now. The second project is Court of Appeals office space. You'll recall from a couple of years ago, the legislature appropriated funds to outfit the chambers of all Court of Appeals judges so they all could be on the second floor with their research attorneys and staff. This is the second phase of that project, which includes remodeling an attorney lounge and meeting room on that floor for research attorney space. That area is now being used for those research attorneys, but it's one big open space, and so it doesn't allow for confidentiality or concentration, frankly. And so that's the second phase of that project. The third is our IT help desk. Quite simply, our current IT help desk is insufficient. It's way too small. As the judicial branch has began using audio-visual communication in courtrooms to conduct court proceedings, that our district courts, their reliance on IT support has increased. That is coupled with the increasing awareness and dedication we have to cybersecurity and the cybersecurity threats that our district courts are facing in real time. And so between the increased need for AVC support, IT support generally, and cybersecurity support, the resources that we have in the Judicial Center are pretty tapped. And so that IT help desk needs to be expanded so that we can meet the needs of our 110 courthouses. And then finally, the fourth project is office restructuring in the Judicial Center. As we continue to modernize the court system, centralize and standardize these processes to achieve greater efficiency in the field, we need to redo some of the space on the third floor because the space is finite and it's very limited. And so we're working with the Department of Administration to remodel some offices there so that the concept, it's not necessarily a dedicated office anymore. It would adopt the hoteling model where you have one physical space and it can be used for multiple members of our personnel as they come into the office and to complete that task. And so it'll allow for more personnel to use the limited space that we have. And so those are the 4 projects on our 5-year capital improvement plan at the judicial branch.
Question, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I want to get clear about the mailroom. Are the payments that were originally going out to district and county courts where fines are levied, et cetera, are now going to come to the Topeka Court? Is that
Yes.
what's happening that's different?
Yes. So that was historically handled at the district court level. And so now those are all going to be channeled through one unique centralized payment processing center in the judicial center.
Your anticipation, or it's happening now, that you're getting a lot more mail than you can handle?
Yes. Yes. And so and that will only increase as more courts and tracks are brought online with the centralized payment or the centralized case management system.
I could see in the short run that being paper mail, but in the long run, I would anticipate that most of those fines and payments would be electronic. Is what you're proposing taking into account of how that might change over the next 2 to 5 years?
Yes. And surprisingly, there are still quite a few court fines that are paid with check. Yeah, but yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sean, are you also talking about an uptick in employees to run the mailroom?
Yes.
Are you anticipating hiring more people?
Yes. I can't give you the exact number that we'll ultimately need, but yes, I anticipate that will also increase the number of FTEs.
Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the Judicial Center have the square footage for this expansion? I mean, you're talking about, expanding this and remodeling that and creating new spaces. I'm just curious, are we getting ready to burst at the seams?
We do have the space currently to do it. I actually joked a couple of weeks ago with our judicial administrator, Stephanie Bunton. I told her, so long as you're not asking me to go over there and pitch a new judicial center, that'll be, no problem. But I was just joking with her, right? But no, yes, we currently have the square footage to do it down in the basement for the IT help desk. And then also we're looking at restructuring for this hoteling concept on the 3rd floor because space is so limited.
So we'll look down the road for a new judicial center now.
No, I hope not. That's not the plan.
Senator Hawk.
The conservative side of me now has to ask, since we're taking over this financial function for district courts, I assume they're cutting people at the district court level and their budgets?
So the roles of those particular district clerks are evolving. And so where the duties that they used to be doing in executing the transactions to disperse these funds, their duties are changing at the local level more towards helping litigants with audio visual communication in courtrooms and then doing other duties in the courtroom as assigned. And
So there'll be fewer people doing that financial function then at district court level?
Correct. There'll be less staff doing the financial function at the district court level, but they're adopting new duties as those duties evolve at the local level, if that makes sense.
Kind of, yes.
The duties that we're placing on trial court clerks are increasing. And so while we're taking this responsibility away from them, there are other duties that they're assuming.
Good answer. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sean, I know you guys have also redone your security over there at the Judicial Center the last year or two.
Yep.
And I assume that's been updated and no additional funds are anticipated there and it's working all right?
Yeah, I haven't been told any additional funds are needed. It's up and running. The security desk has been moved to the front door away from the elevator shaft. And so, yeah, it's up and running.
Okay, committee, any other questions? Thanks for being with us,
Thanks.
Sean.
Thanks for having me.
I would look for a motion. Senator Hawk.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the 5-year judicial plan budget.
Seconded by Representative Owsley. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, committee, now we're going to hear from the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. With us today is Executive Officer Robert Jacobs. Welcome to committee, sir.
See if that's on. Yep. Good morning, Chairman Long and members of the committee. My name is Robert Jacobs. I'm the Executive Officer at the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, and I appreciate this opportunity to come today before you today to talk about our 5-year capital budget plan. As you may know, the KBI has offices all across the state. We have offices in Kansas City, Pittsburgh. Here in Topeka is our headquarters. We also have offices in Wichita, Great Bend, and Garden City. In addition to those, we have laboratories where we provide laboratory services throughout Kansas as well. We have them in Kansas City, in Pittsburgh, here in Topeka, as you probably are aware of our Forensic Science Center on Washburn's campus, and in Great Bend. Every year, the legislature appropriates $100,000 to the KBI to pay for rehab and rehabilitation of our facilities. This is state general funds money, and we use that money, we try and use it very fiscally to address issues that are $25,000 and lower that we just don't have any means to address. Unfortunately, that amount of money is under what we often need to address issues within our 9 facilities. So what I'd like to do this morning is start out by talking about some successes that we've had in the last year, and then we'll talk about our 5-year plan. In the last year, as many of you may remember, last year we briefed you on the idea of replacing our HVAC system here at our Topeka headquarters. That system is a 20-year system that was working on its 36th year, and it was time to replace it. Additionally, one of the problems that it had was that system ran on a refrigerant called R22. R22 was discontinued, and it became very difficult and costly to obtain it for refurbishing. So we tried to, we decided it was necessary to replace this unit. In 2019, the legislature actually appropriated $286,000 for the replacement of this HVAC unit. The money was encumbered in 2020, and it was set to begin in April of 2020, the replacement. However, due to COVID, we decided, because of the risk of bringing a bunch of people into the headquarters, we postponed the project. However, it was completed in November or December of 2020. So, and it did come in at budget of $286,000. Additionally, last year, we also looked at our building in Great Bend. This is going to be sort of a theme today, so you're going to hear a lot about this building, unfortunately. But this building needed, it has 2 HVAC systems at our office in Great Bend, and that office is not only for investigations, but also has a laboratory there too. And we realized that we were going to need to replace both of these HVAC systems. In addition, we aimed to renovate our laboratory area within the lab. So we brought in some folks to look at that and get an estimate. When they came back with an estimate, that estimate was $1.3 million. And at the time, that was cost prohibitive. We just couldn't do it. So what we did was we decided to break that into 2 different phases. We looked at, we rearranged some internal operating money, and we were able to fund internally our first phase of that, which renovated the south side of the laboratory there. The cost of that was approximately $580,000. With that, we looked at new plumbing and electrical fixtures, some casework area, and some new LED lighting. This, unfortunately, after completing that, what we started to find was that we started to develop some humidity issues within the laboratory. So we had to go back and talk to the architect and find out what was going on with that. And ultimately, the recommendation that came back was we needed to replace that one HVAC unit that's over our laboratory side of it with the addition of when we finished the north side of the laboratory. So we've combined those 2 projects together. that would address the HVAC unit or the humidity issue. Part of the reason of doing this was so that if we were to fix the HVAC system alone, and then later went in and fixed the north side of or renovated the north side, we would actually have to tear out part of what we had already done. So that was the reason of putting it together. But this project, the first phase of that actually was completed in November of 2020, and it was a total cost of $580,000. So we'll get back to the lab here in a minute. What I would like to do is tell you that in 2022, those are our successes for 2021, sorry. In 2022, fiscal year 2022, the KBI was very aware of what was anticipated to be a revenue shortfall in the state's budget due to COVID-19, and so our agency decided to defer all additional funding enhancements or those requests to the legislature for the fiscal year 2022. And during that time, though, what we did do is we started working on ways that we could keep our employees safe during COVID. So facilities-wise, we purchased some air handling units or air monitoring units for some high traffic areas within our agency. We improved our cleaning procedures or increased them. We also started scanning, doing temperature scans like most agencies did for entry into our buildings. We also developed a plan, like also most agencies, to start having our workforce work remotely when necessary so that we would minimize an exposure to our workforce and not inhibit our ability to respond to local law enforcement requests. So moving on to our facilities, our facility priorities for 2023, getting back to, to the Great Bend Laboratory. One of our prime targets for 2023 was going to be, or is to be, the replacement of the first HVAC system for that building, in addition to the combination of the renovation of the north side or the second phase of the laboratory there. The installation of that HVAC is going to allow for a variable air volume and reheat system that is necessary for that building. This would also allow for, again, we were talking about, doing the renovating of the office space and the laboratory piece. So the countertops again on the north side and everything else. The one thing about this particular HVAC system is it's a relatively expensive system. The estimated cost for that HVAC is $591,000 and some change there. The total cost of the project for the HVAC and the south side of the system is about $785,000. Now, what we did do is when we thought we were going to try and replace both HVAC systems at the same time, we actually looked at the CARES Act funding to potentially do that. Unfortunately, when we were first told about the CARES Act and some of the requirements that were necessary for that, we did not feel, and we told when we applied this, we were fully, we disclosed that we did not believe that we could get that project done by the deadline, which was December 31st, 2020. So we did not receive that funding. However, we have now looked at the ARPA funding, the American Rescue Plan Act funding, and think that that funding might be very beneficial for and could address these particular types of air handling issues. And so we do plan on applying for the ARPA funding for the replacement of the two HVACs. As also in 2023, we are hoping to renovate the Pittsburgh Laboratory. This is a lab that has been in existence for about 20 years. We have not had any major updates to this, and up until now, we've been offering basically our latent prints and chemistry services at this laboratory, and we recently had our latent print scientist retire. So we've looked at the operations down in Pittsburgh. We looked to see what would be a better use of that area, And we believe expanding our chemistry operations in Pittsburgh to address some of the illicit drugs that are affecting the southeast region of the state would be a better option. So we want to go in and renovate the laboratory space there and expand the chemistry area. This would include updates to the countertops again. We would also add a new wet lab for operations and then also install a chemical-resistant flooring where it's needed. The cost of this renovation, we believe, is going to be about $150,000. Those are our projects for 2023. In 2024, we are looking at, again, going back to the Great Bend office, and this time addressing the investigation side. The KBI purchased this building in about 12 years ago, and we've not really done a lot of updates to the building since we purchased it. With the renovation to the investigation side, we would want to try and replace that second HVAC unit. That unit will cost approximately $325,000. Again, upgrading lighting, plumbing, electrical, LED, all of those things to this area. We believe that the estimated cost of this renovation will be approximately $1 million, but we do say this with a caveat. We have not hired an architect yet or done any of this. We're still in the very preliminary stages of looking at that, so that figure could very easily go up or down. So we're not really sure where that will be. In 2024, we are also hoping to renovate our auditorium here in Topeka. Our headquarters auditorium is the same auditorium that's been in that building since I think the 1920s when it was a school. It has had very little renovation to it. We believe that doing some minor structural changes such as building or continuing up a half wall that is on the stage where in the auditorium would be better for acoustics. We'd also like to replace some carpeting and some acoustical tile, and also add some data entry and electrical outlets within the space. This space would be used for not only training, but meetings and then also special events, and it would greatly expand our ability to do some of those things within our headquarters. The cost of this project is approximately $150,000. This project was actually slated for on our 5-year budget originally in 2021. However, again, with COVID, we didn't want to bring a bunch of people into the facility, and so we postponed it to 2024. Finally, in 2024, we hope to renovate our Kansas City laboratory. This is a approximately $20,000 project. We want to update the workable space in there for the scientists. This is specific to the firearms area within the Kansas City laboratory. Update the flooring and the countertops as well. We hope to create more of a professional space, which would help with recruitment and retention of our forensic scientists. So I'd like to just talk real briefly about one last project, and that is, and we've put this in our outer years. We haven't actually designated a specific time for this or fiscal year for this because we're very much in the beginning stages of looking at this issue. However, we've started to realize that we have an issue with a evidence storage building in Great Bend. We have an exterior evidence storage building on the property near our Great Bend office. This building is used to store evidence that is collected by the agents when they work an investigation. It's oftentimes evidence related to violent crimes or drug crimes, homicides, sexual assaults, and other serious crimes, obviously. The evidence is oftentimes is primarily utilized, the storage is utilized to maintain that evidence until that case goes to trial. So we have it in our possession when we collect it during an investigation, and we maintain it until that case goes to trial. I want to make sure and differentiate, this is not evidence that is in our laboratory. So it's held for retained by our investigation side. And the reason I bring that up is because this particular building, the big issue with it is that it's not temperature controlled. It also has water that leaks under the door seals, and there's no security against high winds or tornadoes. So the loss of this evidence could ultimately affect criminal prosecutions, as well as the ability to do further testing if it was necessary in the case. So we believe that we need to find a solution that would allow for a temperature-controlled environment. This building is kind of susceptible to extreme variations in heat and coldness, and so that's our concern. And ultimately, what it gets down to is we're worried about degradation of the evidence, specifically the biological evidence, so DNA and things like that. So we do need to address this issue. It is on our 5-year plan. We're not sure what year it's going to fit in, but we do want to. We have started looking into it, and again, we're very much in the beginning phases of looking at that. So with that, that is our 5-year plan. Once again, I want to reiterate that the KBI is appreciative of the $100,000 that we receive for the rehab and rehabilitation. We try and use that money fiscally and responsibly, and only address those issues that we absolutely have to address when we come to speak with you here and request money from the legislature. So with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support your efforts to use ARPA money wherever possible to take care of some of these capital outlay needs. One I have a question on. I assume there's different buildings for your lab and your investigation in Great Bend?
So our laboratory and the investigation side is in one building, and it's a larger building, and so it's got 2 HVAC systems, if that's what you're asking about. One is over our laboratory area, and a second one is over our investigations area.
Oh, and the investigation area is only 1,100 square feet? On page 4 of your written testimony.
I believe that's correct.
Something doesn't compute for me then to spend $1 million to upgrade that, both in terms of electrical and HVAC. That's not a very big space, and that if that space is in such bad shape, it's going to cost $1 million to fix it. I'd be inclined to look for a better space. Now, you're probably tied to your lab, but that just seems really excessive to take care of, particularly HVAC in that small a space.
That's a great point, and we've discussed that. And that's why I kind of go back to the point where we talked about how we're still in the very preliminary stages of this. I'm not sure whether that $1 million is to also expand that investigative space. I don't know that it isn't, but that is something, and that's why that $1 million is a very rough number at this point. $325,000 of that would be for the HVAC system, but again, on top of that, we would want to see about what else that's the remaining $675,000 was for.
I wonder if you're taking that down to 32 degrees Fahrenheit for $325,000 for that.
Yeah, that was the estimate that they were quoting us, and again, this is early on in the review of what we'll need out there.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. I know we generally approve these 5-year plans, and I'm not sure if we ever put any caveats on there, but I have a concern about, I don't want to mislead the Bureau, and I've tried to be as supportive as possible for most of the things the Bureau's tried to do, but I don't want to give you the impression that I think that's a good number by approving your 5-year plan on that.
No, so, I understand completely.
And I do recall, I think Senator Billinger might have to remind me, but I think we funded a THC machine for Western Kansas that went to the Great Bend office, might have gone to Hayes, but
No, so the THC machine that you're referring to, and I would try and tell you what the actual name of it is, but I would butcher that name. It's a liquid chromatograph type machine, but it actually went to our Topeka office. We are currently looking at grant funding to place one in the Great Bend office as well. It was initially going to go to Topeka, but to Great Bend, but because of renovation needs and space issues, we put it in Topeka. This is also where we needed to do the this machine is designed to quantitate the amount of THC in hemp. And it was a direct result of the passage of the Commercial Hemp Act, Industrial Hemp Act. So the need to do that, we had to develop a process for doing that. So we had our scientists in Topeka working on that process, and that has been completed now. We can quantitate hemp up to 0.03% THC.
I just, a policy comment on my part. I want to make sure that we have the right machinery for that and it's used so that we don't inhibit what I think is a good agriculture priority for us in terms of industrial hemp. And I know there's been some rub in terms of how we do that, and I've seen the machine we have in the Department of Ag Lab in Manhattan. So I know it takes a little bit of space to manage that, and I just want to make sure we have the right space and the right machinery and the right attitude, so we're separating out criminal from what are valid ag pursuits. So
Absolutely.
just
Absolutely.
a comment on that. So
I'm sorry, I do
$1
appreciate
million is still too high.
Okay.
So thank you, Mr.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that this does make sense to kind of try to review this overall plan. I'm wondering if you've considered leasing space for the metal evidence storage rather than trying to own that kind of space.
That is certainly an option. That's something that we can look at. The building that we currently have is, as I said, it's on the property of where where our office is. It's a metal building right outside the parking lot. We could certainly do that. We need to look at the access, and when we talk about evidence, we also are worried about security. Obviously, you have chain of custody issues that you have to be aware of, and so, but that is something that certainly we'll write down and take a look at as far as options for that space.
So it's good to be reminded of that need for connection. I just know that sometimes evidence is also owned by the individuals who are being investigated. I wouldn't want my bicycle seat to be eaten up by mice.
True.
The police had it at one time for about a month after.
True, because all of that eventually goes back to the owner. You're correct.
So I do think there is also reason, if we are in charge of other people's property, to maintain it at a reasonable level. The other thing I would just mention is some other agencies have reviewed their rehabilitation and repair budget and provided for some kind of increase in the future, because we know, particularly recently, construction costs have increased. If you are temporarily repairing a roof, that plywood's going to be more expensive. So for next year, you might look at what is, a 10% increase, or is there something that would more fit with what your history's been in terms of dealing with those projects?
Thank you. I do appreciate that suggestion. We've actually had internal conversations about how to address that $100,000 and the increased needs that we have. And so whether it's, I believe that's based on square footage. I could be wrong, but or a price per square foot. But that's something that we are having internal conversations with, and I do appreciate that suggestion.
Okay, committee, any other questions? Senator Hawk.
I would like to move that we approve the capital outlay 5-year budget with the caveat that they look at the cost of renovations there and their HVAC and offices and electrical at the Great Bend office, along with the evidence storage issue, so that we're not giving them the impression that we totally approve that, but we're generally approving them to look at that a little more carefully.
Okay, I agree. Motion's been made. Do I see a second? Representative Humphries seconds. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you for being
Thank you very much.
Committee, we're slightly ahead of schedule by about one appointment, and it's come to my attention that Highway Patrol would normally be ready to present at 1:35. However, they're currently online and ready to present now. So we could move things ahead a little bit if that's all right with committee. Okay. All right, then we'll go to the presentation of the 5-year capital improvement for the Kansas Highway Patrol with Cheryl Mackey, and I believe she's online. Cheryl, are you there? Sherry, excuse me. Sherry Mackey. You may be muted. Sherry Mackey, are you there? Maybe she's.
This is Robin from IT. She is online and unmuted, but I don't think her volume is working. Give me a second and I'll work with her.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can.
All right.
Go ahead,
All right.
Sherry.
All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Sherry Mackey. I'm the Chief Fiscal Officer for the Kansas Highway Patrol. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today virtually, trying to keep everybody safe. You should have in your packet a copy of the agency's 5-year plan. It's under Appendix A. We also provided available project images under Appendix B as I move through the testimony here that you can reference. And so they're made part of this written testimony. The agency's 5-year plan is organized into 6 categories for ease of tracking and by priority. The Training Academy major projects, those over 50,000. Training Academy maintenance repair projects. All other troop facility major projects. Troop facility maintenance repair. We also have our scale house and scale repair replacement, and then new construction. First, I want to review with you our fiscal year 22 capital improvement projects. So for fiscal year 22, the agency had an approved capital improvement budget of $1.4 million with funding earmarked out of special revenue funds. The agency is not asking for any state general funds for these projects. First, we'll look at the KHP Training Academy. Due to the age and size of the complex, it actually was the old Marymount College that was built in 1922, and we acquired it in 1992. This location contributes to the largest portion of the agency's planned expenditures. For major projects identified in fiscal year 22, they're estimated at approximately $918,000. This includes replacement of the concrete tap over the lower power plant. There's a tunnel that runs under that, and if you look at your images, you'll see where it's starting to crack, and we have bits and pieces of concrete starting to fall into that tunnel. So we are actually working with engineers and Department of Facilities Management now to see what that's going to cost, but our original estimates are almost $500,000 just on that. We're also looking at replacing the concrete stairs located at both the north and southeast corners of the maintenance building. We'll also do a first phase of the dorm and gym window replacements. Due to the cost of that, we are phasing those out, something similar that we did with the flooring in the administration building. And just to note, the replacement of that concrete cap and the stairs stem from a recommendation from the CFS engineers. They conducted a visual inspection of that facility in February of 2020. The routine maintenance repair projects for fiscal year 22 for this location include the addition of wireless access points in the administration building and dorm, as well as the final phase of the administration building flooring project that I just spoke of. These expenditures are estimated at $132,000, and again, with special revenue funds. For the KHP troop facilities, the primary focus for all other troop maintenance and repair projects in 22 include the application of ballistic laminate on the public-facing windows, which will add an additional layer of security. Also want to update Troop H shooting range. And I might note that we do work with KDOT as much as possible if they can provide any resources, equipment, labor as such to help us maintain lower costs on any of those projects. We're also looking at our fleet building, which includes updating security cameras. The front gate needs additional security. It's an iStar upgrade. And then some cosmetic interior updates to the buildings. The total allocation for routine maintenance and repair for these facilities is $146,000. Our next category is that of scale house and scale repair replacement. So the agency has a state weight enforcement plan with the Federal Highway Administration, and it requires the agency to remain operational and meet metrics for inspections. These locations are run 24/365, and they have to constantly be certified and eventually replaced due to end of life of the equipment or the actual location, or if there's equipment failure. Estimated expenditures have been identified by our Troop I command based on the usage projections. And this is our motor carrier large scale operations that I'm referring to. Funds in fiscal year 22 are earmarked for the North Olathe scale replacement and projected at $170,000. We also include routine maintenance at $36,000, so total expenditure just over $206,000 for the scale house and repairs. The final 22 category is new construction. You might note that our Troop E storage building in Garden City has been on our capital improvement plan for a couple fiscal years. We've had to defer it over several years, beginning in 2019. Originally, it was lack of resources, and then the pandemic contributed to the delays. In late 2021, we bid the project through the Office of Facilities and Property Management. The proposals actually came in $150,000 over budgetary estimates. And considering the current construction cost, we have placed this on hold and withdrawn it from the agency's current set plans, and we'll reevaluate once construction costs stabilize, whenever that might be. So the out years, the fiscal year 23 through 26 will follow the same categories. The agency is requesting approval of its capital improvement plan for those remaining years in the amount of $3.3 million. The following projects are estimates and contingent on the agency having sufficient resources in those targeted special revenue funds. So go back to the KHP Training Academy. Major projects and routine maintenance total $941,000 and include updating lighting fixtures in the dispatch room, retrofit dorm and Troop J elevators to code, replace flooring in the dorms, and install ground level entry for movement of large loads that are currently moved throughout the building. The KHP troop facilities, total allocation for both major projects and routine maintenance and repairs for the locations is estimated at $1.5 million. Major improvements for the KHP owned facilities include repair to the Troop C elevator, replacement of Troop C lighting, windows, potential update of HVAC at fleet and aircraft if financially feasible, and it makes sense to do so, as well as painting the exterior of the fleet building at Billard. Routine maintenance repair projects for troop facilities over the remaining years of the 5-year plan consist of updating interior and exterior cameras at Troop A and replacement of carpet and painting at Troop D. The scale house and scale replacement, the span of the 5-year plan allocates funding for the remaining years at estimated $877,000 as needed. And finally, we have the new construction. we had a similar storage building for our Troop A that we were considering, and the same conditions exist with that. Because of the construction costs right now, we don't believe that $650,000 is a good number for a storage building for our equipment. So we'll look for other resources on that. So, and also to add to this, we are working with D of A with their engineers, and also all of these would go out for competitive bid before we would commit to any contracts, obviously. So I appreciate your time and consideration. With that, I'll stand for any questions the committee may have.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. Committee questions, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are you doing for storage now for Troop E and Troop A, Garden City and Olathe?
So there are some older buildings that they have it in right now, and they're leasing some space, or some of it is just out in the elements.
And is this just storage for equipment? I assume this is not evidence storage.
No, Senator, this is actually for like our Bearcats, some of our equipment, like the condensers, the rollover, some of that type of equipment that we use day-to-day operations or SRT operations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? If not, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, thank you for being available to fill in our schedule. And then I would make a motion to approve the 5-year capital budget plan for the Kansas Highway Patrol.
Okay, I have a motion made. Do I hear a second? Representative Oftala. Any other discussion? The only discussion I would have, Sherry, is that it's very responsible to wait on new construction until prices do stabilize. I think that's very fitting. Key component construction costs stabilizing is lumber, and we see it going down recently, and that's a good sign of hopefully what's to come. So,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Using special revenue funds, we want to be very fiscally responsible with those and stretch them as far as we can.
Right, right. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members.
Okay, committee, I think we are going to break for lunch. The first thing we'll do on coming back at 1:30 is approve minutes. I believe you were sent the minutes last week, so be ready to approve them. If you haven't read them, look them over during the lunch hour, and we'll see you at 1:30. Pardon me, 1:30. Thank you. Yes.
Are we going to ask the staff to notify the presenters for this afternoon?
I think we've done that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we've notified them that the schedule's moving ahead about 15 minutes.
15 or 20 minutes. Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, committee, we have reconvened here this afternoon, and next on our agenda is to approve the minutes. The minutes we need to approve are from February 15th, February 26th, March 15th, and March 22nd. So if you've all had a chance to read through those, I need a motion to accept those. Senator Francisco.
I move that we accept the minutes. Is there anyone who, we should ask if there was anyone who was absent from those meetings who would want to abstain from any individual? So maybe I'll just do them one at a time.
Okay.
So the first are, I move we approve the minutes for February 26th, 2021.
Okay, I have a motion to accept the minutes from February 26th, seconded by Senator Hawk. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One abstention, Senator Billinger. So the minutes from February 15th.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes from March 15th, 2021.
Okay, I have a motion. Accept the minutes from March 15th, seconded by Senator Hawk. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Senator Billinger abstains.
You were here on the 15th.
Well, we didn't do February. Senator Francisco skipped to February 26th and March 15th. So, okay. Motion carries for accepting the minutes on March 15th. Now we're going to go to March 22nd minutes.
I will make a motion that we approve the minutes from March 22nd, 2021.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. Senator Hawk, thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to accept the minutes from March 22nd. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, that concludes all the minutes except for February 15th. So let's go back and do those. If you've looked at those, I would need a motion to accept the minutes from February 15th. Moved by Senator Hawk. Do I have a second? Representative Humphreys seconds that motion. So we have a motion to accept the minutes from February 15th. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senator Billinger abstains. Okay, motion carries. Yes.
Thank you. I usually like to ask Senator Francisco if there were any grammatical or typo errors in the minutes, because she's the only one I know that could catch those, but I'm assuming since she made the motions, she didn't find any, so thank you.
Okay, continuing on, folks. Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services and State Hospitals will be our next presenter, Scott Brunner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine, and we also see you, Scott.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Scott Bruner. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Hospitals and Facilities with KDADS, and I have oversight over the 4 state hospitals. So I'm going to walk through the 5-year capital improvements plan with you. My understanding is you've got our document in your committee materials. What I'm primarily going to talk through is the overview narrative that's with that plan, focusing on the current year, fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 that we're working on in our submission for the governor's office here in a few days. Just for in terms of background, the 4 state hospitals at Osawatomie, Larned, Parsons, and KNI here in Topeka house or treat about 1,100 Kansans every day. And many of those are people that have very severe disabilities or mental illness that require a great deal of care. Across the 4 campuses, we've got nearly 200 buildings and about 2 million gross square feet under roofs. The buildings are, many are over 50 years old, require a lot of maintenance and with daily use, with many of them at full capacity. The buildings wear out, things deteriorate, equipment has to be replaced. And so we include all that in our capital improvements plan. For fiscal year 22, the current year, there's a couple of items I wanted to walk you through. Our base appropriation for capital improvements and primarily rehabilitation and repair is $3,201,000, $3,201,142 that we distribute across the 4 campuses based on a prioritized list of projects that we use for in this 5-year planning process. One thing that we found over the last fiscal year and into this fiscal year are several of our projects have had higher than anticipated costs because of increases in labor, material, and construction costs due to the pandemic. So our costs have been running a little bit higher on many of those projects. Where that's primarily created an issue for us is on our project to remodel the Biddle building at Osawatomie State Hospital. That funding was approved last year or in the 2021 budget to do a significant renovation of the Biddle building to become certified space for mental health treatment for people in the acute side of the hospital. We've got a great deal of the planning work done as we were working through those plans and started giving it to the contractors and Department of Administration. The anticipated costs for the project based on the scope that we had in place with the original appropriation is anticipated to come in about $1.7 million higher than we anticipated. Our plan at the moment is to, we've included that as a supplemental request, or will include it as a supplemental request in the budget process with the governor. We do believe we can cover that additional $1.7 million out of our existing rehab and repair allocation or appropriation. That'll require us to push some other projects off a little bit longer, but we can protect the state institutions building fund if we don't get that supplemental. It is touching, those kind of higher costs are touching us in a couple of other areas as well, but the Biddle project is a high priority for us to get underway and complete so we can have that space to serve more people in acute mental health crisis on the Osawatomie campus. And so you'll see the $3.2 million in the 2022 column, and we've got the supplemental amount there as an additional project or as an additional item for that Biddle project. For fiscal year 2023, we've got $10.7 million requested for rehab and repair projects. We've traditionally broken that into 2 pieces. One that uses the base appropriation that we typically receive as our priority 1 projects, and so that's about $3.2 million. And then there's another $7.5 million worth of projects that we've identified as our second priority projects. We've included all that, or will include, if we haven't submitted it yet, we'll include all that in our request to the governor's office, and we'll see how that shapes out. Those rehab and repair projects cover a wide variety of things, again, across all 4 campuses. In particular, for 23, we're focusing on security improvements at Larned and Osawatomie. We've got some roofing to do at a couple of the campuses as well, and a pretty good amount of utility work that needs to be done as well on boilers and steam lines, things like that. But all in all, that's $10.7 million broken into those 2 pieces. There are a couple of other projects I did want to highlight for you. We identified $457,000 that we're asking for as an enhancement request to the capital budget to begin a series of raising projects of buildings on the campuses that are old, deteriorated, and beyond repair. So in fiscal year 2023, again, we've requested $457,000 from the State Institutions Building Fund to raise the DeJong Building and West Pavilion at Osawatomie and the Chestnut Building at Parsons State Hospital. Those are the 3 of the buildings we've identified that need to be raised, are the highest priority because they're the most compromised. So we'd start there. As you look at the plan, we've got additional amounts in the request, or we'll have in the request for future fiscal years through 2025 to go through the whole list of buildings that we've identified for raising. Again, these are buildings that have been abandoned. They contain asbestos in the insulation and floor tiles, lead-based paint, so there's some environmental hazards. Because of the age and the condition, there's also some biological hazards with pest infestations, broken windows. They're hard to secure. So the idea would be to raise those buildings and recover that property on the campuses. Again, it's a multi-year project, but starting in fiscal year 2023. And then the final project is $215,000 for new construction or additions or remodeling. We've identified two projects that one is $150,000 to fund a feasibility study to look at replacing part of the power plant at Lawrence State Hospital. It's original or mostly original to the campus, and it provides a lot of the support, hot water and utilities to the campus, and it's difficult to maintain because of its age. So we'd like to do a study to see what could be done either in replacing or doing a significant remodel to that power plant. Then the other item is $65,000 for KNI here in Topeka to construct a gazebo on the campus, kind of in the center of campus. The leadership at KNI identified that as a high priority project with the COVID pandemic. Really the only way they've been able to do successfully and repeated visitation with families and do some of the programming is outside where it's safer than bringing people into buildings. They've had kind of limited space under roof to do that. So they've identified the $65,000 project to construct a large gazebo to support that kind of ongoing programming outdoors where it's a little bit safer and sheltered from the elements. Mr. Chairman, that's the bulk of my presentation. I talked a little bit about the Biddle project as well and where we are in fiscal year 2023 and what we're going to submit in the governor's budget. Happy to answer any questions if the committee has them.
Thank you, Scott. Any committee, any questions? Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, but I'm wondering about in fiscal year 2025, $750,000 that was new construction and additions.
I believe.
Since it is a 5-year plan that we're looking at, I just was curious. 25.
That is a project.
750.
Yes, it's a project at Osawatomie State Hospital to renovate the building that we're using for the sexual predator treatment program. It's a reintegration facility that's on the Osawatomie campus. That facility was updated to become a reintegration facility, but it hasn't had a significant touch or remodel since that happened about 7 years ago, I believe. So that's where it's been identified out into 2025 for to bring it into to update some of the internal facilities so that it can continue to serve as a reintegration facility.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for the question.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but just a thank you for identifying the rehab and repair projects specifically for each year. That is something we were asking. So we see some of that comes to, a total, but you also have given us the detailed information on that, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And again, we do use that as our kind of rolling list for planning purposes. Some things do get shifted around from year to year, or even on the priority list, but we do rely quite a bit on that list for planning purposes and also for implementation. So thanks for calling it out.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a budget tour between Ways and Means and Appropriations at Osawatomie. I'm thinking that was 3 years ago. And of course, the abandoned buildings that had deteriorated and were very old and in incredible shape. So I'm really happy to see the amount of money put in for 23 for raising. I'm looking at the other raising projects. So we're going to spend roughly another $2 million, well, 1.8 million to finish the other. There are 7 buildings total, and you're taking down the 3 oldest. Is that right?
That's correct. There's 10 buildings in total.
Yeah.
There's 3 in 23, and then another 7 that would be over
Another
the
7.
following 3 years.
So I hope this committee can support that effort. That's something that I think needs to be done for the health and functionality of that campus. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Committee, any other questions or comments? If not, Scott, thank you for coming in. I'm looking for a motion to accept the 5-year plan for KDADS. Senator Francisco.
I move we accept the 5-year capital improvement plan for the KDADS institutions.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second? Senator Hawk seconds. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Scott.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, next we'll go to Department of Administration, and Frank Burnham is here. Thanks for coming, Frank.
Okay, you got me. I'm Frank Burnham. I'm the Director of Facilities and Property Management here for the Department of Administration, and we are responsible for maintaining the maintenance and rehab and rehabilitation of our Capitol Complex buildings, including the State House, the primary office buildings, Cedar Crest, the Forbes Complex, the State Print Plant, and others. Last year, because of COVID, we were unable to complete our building assessment. So on page 3, you will find our updated building assessment. That assessment is done yearly, and it only takes into consideration scores or updates and grades for projects that are currently completed. So for example, the elevator modernization since the last time we have met are fully executed for both the Eisenhower and the Landon buildings. So the score has been upgraded to an excellent, whereas the air handler projects are still underway. It's a multi-year project. So you're still going to see those as probably in a deficient or poor categories based upon that characterization. Would also point out the Curtis building. We are now 20 years since the completion of that facility. So we're starting to see that score come down. Areas like flooring, air handlers, the exterior leaking. So for some people, it's like, oh, well, Curtis was the last new state office building. Time goes by pretty quickly, and now it's starting to show its age. So we anticipate more cost moving forward. So in all, we tried to take our rehabilitation and repair money of about $3.4 million that we're provided through the general fund and apply that across the board to different areas, more to maintain kind of the score, which taking a year off, if you kind of look across the board, I think overall we've done a pretty good job of trying to do a little bit in each building. Where we've continued to see deterioration, like in the docking and other locations, obviously. On page 7, of the 5-year capital improvement plan. Under the description and justification, I've tried to provide kind of a snapshot of the types of projects that $3.4 million is applied to. This is pretty consistent for the next couple of years out. So where before we might have specified a specific project in the line itemization for like the windows, this year we're putting the window project for the Judicial Center in our priority list. We've got a consultant working on design now. It'll be the last building that needs a window upgrade. We've completed the other facilities at this point. I mentioned earlier the air handlers. As I've been before you before, I've talked a lot about the need to replace these air handlers. Land and building, we're still running 1955 equipment in many cases, 2 per floor. Each one does about 16,000 square feet. Whereas Eisenhower is not much better, 1970s equipment. So we had been doing, trying to do 2 per year, just because we have a very short window by which we switch out of a cooling season about mid-October and have to have it up and operating by the first part of March. Last year, we had the benefit also of using some CARES Act funding, and I just want to make that clear that in addition to being good stewards of our rehab and repair, we took every opportunity we could to try to also add some air handling units, and were successful in getting those purchased, received, and paid for, at least the equipment, by that December deadline. So really hats off to my crew and our team for taking advantage of that. We also did a significant number of infrared air cleaning, bipolar ionization. I think some of these things I might have spoke to you last year or earlier this year. So again, quite a bit was done with the additional resources, but still there's a lot more to be done. The reason I want to talk about the air handlers primarily is because with the current market and the state of things and the delays, primarily in fans, circuit boards, and some of the other challenges, we are currently 28 weeks out before we receive that equipment. We purchased that equipment right after July 1st, knowing that it would be quite a while. And again, we had a very short window of opportunity to get this equipment installed. So that has been purchased. It is en route. We should see it around the first of the year, which should, again, still work to our favor as far as executing this. I like to think we've been pretty proficient in our construction with 1 elevator working in a tower and our contractors of executing this. But we are going to do 3 per building this year. And I think that's a model that we can sustain going forward, again, with the adequate funding. We also took, not knowing exactly what will qualify in the end for the ARPA funding, we used our rehab and repair money to purchase these. Should those qualify, that just opens up another opportunity for me to apply those to future projects, like an elevator modernization in Curtis. So again, we're always, as facilities, trying to stay ahead, making sure we have projects that are, quote, shovel-ready or ready to execute, depending on these different fundings. Just point out too, the State House, it's another one of those, well, we just finished the remodel, we just finished the renovation. Time flies. We've been successful in taking care of our friends at Legislative Research and the Revisor's Office, starting to replace some carpet, make some improvements to their areas. But we're seeing a lot of other areas that are just starting to show wear and tear. You've probably seen the scaffolding, the plaster work that's occurring. We're currently in phase 3 of that. So a lot of this is happening. You guys have the benefit of being here sometimes in the off season and seeing all the work that's taking place. But again, just in wrapping up, we thank you for the funds that are appropriated in that rehab and repair. And so that's our continued ask and our major source of revenue for those projects. I'd like to move forward to 2 other projects that I thought were important enough to single out this year. While they're not here in the Capitol complex, our state printing plant is another one of those facilities that's 35 years and starting to show its age. And they've done a fantastic job at reinvesting in new equipment and capabilities out there. But we really need to support the infrastructure that's there. Page 10 is a re-roof that's been on here for a number of years. It's just another one of those things where we need to get that done. But page 11 is probably the big picture. We had our engineering consultant, and first let me apologize, the narrative was not updated. So I've provided you a line item spreadsheet of all the cost. We hired back in April, Erasmus Galore engineers are on call. We tasked them with doing a top to bottom assessment of life safety systems, plumbing systems, electrical, mechanical. And they did about a 28-page report. I can hold it up to show you, and I'd be happy to provide it. I just didn't want to overwhelm you. So I've provided you a summary of what's in that report of how we came up to that about $4.3 million number. And they did everything from high priority to low priority to mid priority to future. So again, we don't have a funding mechanism. Our rehab and repair is typically not used for that facility, but in trying to provide them good service and make sure that they have what they need to be successful, I thought it was important enough that I at least bring this to your attention now as we look in the years to come of what we need to provide them with what they need so we don't end up with another building underperforming. That concludes my prepared comments. I stand for any questions or any thoughts of the committee. Thank you.
Frank, I know this morning we had some discussions specifically with Kansas Department of Labor, and they were talking about boilers versus HVAC systems and engineers telling them what they possibly may or may not need or conversion of those. Your department has a lot of experience with that, and I know we talked in the hall a little bit, and your engineers are available to help other state institutions, right?
That's correct. We have on-call relationships with 3 major engineering firms in the area on an hourly project basis that can come out and do those kind of analysis. The 2 examples I heard this morning, I believe one of them is more of a campus, where other one might be a standalone facility. 2 very unique situations. Sometimes replacing a standalone boiler with a condensing boiler and getting that 90+ efficiency is the way to go. So in all cases, a return on investment, an analysis, sit down with our consultants would be the first logical step in determining what's in the best interest of that facility.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with an on-call contract, you probably could get a better price for that consulting service than if we asked the agency to go out on their own and hire an engineer firm. And there are also engineering firms that you've worked with and reviewed.
Correct. These engineering firms go through our selection process by a non-governmental bipartisan group that gets together, represents trades. They apply, they are accepted as our engineer, and they are available on an hourly. This does not necessarily mean they're going to get the project or there's something in it beyond that. So I would very much recommend that you go with those established on-call professionals. You can potentially use 2 of them if you want differing or competing reports. But that's exactly the approach that we took with the print plant. And yes, we spent, maybe it was $20,000, but we're talking a $4.3 million. So you really need to spend some money up front to have a real full assessment to make sure you make the best decision in the end.
So we may want to consider asking the Department of Labor if they would like to put in their capital improvement budget costs for an on-call engineer as part of their budget in the coming year so that that can be taken care of prior to that expenditure of either a boiler or an alternative
Absolutely.
solution.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. We'd want the Department of Labor to reach out to Frank. Committee, any questions for Frank? No? Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that you do to keep the buildings in good shape, and certainly I see that very much when we come to the Capitol, and that work is appreciated. So you have a, an amount, the $3,450,000 that's appropriated annually for just rehab and repair, and that gives you some flexibility, as you said. If you can get the, other funds, you could move some projects up. Is that a reasonable amount for the budget? How many years out do you see that number providing for what's needed? Is it on a square foot basis? I'm always thinking that there should be some inflation over time.
Right. And I appreciate that question. I never want to say we have more than we need or we can't. I mean, our first goal every year is to spend down our rehab and repair money. That's priority number one, is to use that money in the most efficient way to take care of our needs. Inevitably, we do then go into our operations fund, again, which is a separate pool of money that's from rents and collection. So we, between the two funds, on average, we're $5 million, probably is what we average. It really comes down to, again, execution. Again, when you have a very short window, you don't want to buy too many air handlers and have them all sitting there if you can't install them for 3 years, for example. So we've just tried to be methodic in how we approach this each year. And in years past, there was money taken out of that fund. I believe last year it was actually restored back to the full 3.4. I believe right now it's an adequate dollar amount. A lot will obviously depend on the next presentation and what we do going forward as far as our other buildings and maybe where we're spending money or we won't need to spend money in the future for like the docking infrastructure. So can I come back to you next year and ask you if you...
Certainly, and that was a suggestion not for this year, but just for the future.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you. Just a kind of a question about maybe windows are separate than what the specific building or agency. I noticed Judicial Center had their own budget they presented to us, and then you have their second and third floor window replacements.
Correct.
Why are they in your budget, and why isn't that in their budget, or vice versa?
Very good question. Typically what they're asking for are improvements like renovation, remodel of a justice's suite, security upgrades, something specific to their operations. We're responsible in the end for the upkeep, maintaining that facility, that building, paying their utilities. However, they do not produce rent. They do not pay rent. So between monumental surcharge, between the rehab and repair funding and other sources, we're ultimately responsible for maintaining that facility when it comes to the exterior, the interior, the mechanical, and so forth. So that is why that is in my budget or my request.
So that's specific to Judicial Center, not paying rent, but other agencies like in Eisenhower doesn't KDOT pay rent, and maybe they don't.
Again, rent's another source. Let's just say it's kind of like the State House. We're not charging rent for the legislature to be here, but ultimately I'm going to be fixing the doors and repairing the walls. The Judicial Center falls into that same category. We have a responsibility to maintain that building out of our budget, and there is no revenue source there.
But other agencies do pay rent.
They do pay rent. Rent goes to all operating costs, be it housekeeping, snow removal.
So you'll still do things for those other buildings even?
Absolutely. That's the elevators. That's everything you see there. That's in the Capitol complex, to be clear. It doesn't, if they have a off-site location and they own their building like the Department of Commerce, they're asking you for money for a window replacement. They're standalone, if that makes sense.
So when you're the landlord, we can count on you, and If it's another landlord, that's another problem.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept the Department of Administration's 5-year capital plan. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we accept the capital improvements 5-year plan for the Department of Administration.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Alcala. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Frank. Committee, I've got 2 minor changes on our agenda. If you'll go on down to bullet point or 2, we have a presentation of lease agreements by Bobby Kosmala. We have scratched that presentation. There are no lease agreements to present. And the next thing I would like to do is move, I've talked to Jill Walters, our first assistant reviser of statutes. And she's going to give us a short presentation about reviewing the guidelines for renovating the docking building, along with reviewing the committee's role regarding the state laboratory. So, welcome, Jill. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. What I've done is memos in front of you, and since we were going to go ahead and talk about the state KDHE lab, I just went ahead and put before then what the requirements of docking were. So I'll just briefly talk to you about the proviso that talked about docking, and then the proviso that talked about the KDHE lab. It was in Senate Bill 159, Section 61, and it provided for the issuance of bonds for these capital improvement projects. To note, prior to proceeding with such projects, the State Finance Council shall approve the projects, and it'll be in a single resolution. So the State Finance Council would vote on that in a single resolution. So the requirements of the capital improvement project for docking state office building include renovating docking. The bond limitation is $120 million. This project will be implemented using the build, design, build project delivery procedure. And then prior to the issuance of bonds, for this KDHE, for the docking state office building project, the Secretary of Administration will determine if there's any federal COVID relief money that can be used for docking renovation. And then if there was, then that money would be transferred over there, and then the amount of money that we would have to use for bonds could be lowered if there was any federal money. So I know you remember seeing that in many times, that we would put that, if there's federal money from COVID money, we would use that first, and then we would use the state money. So I'm sure you saw that. So then in regard to KDHE lab, it's a little bit different than docking. The KDHE was to issue a request for proposal to construct or renovate a building and to equip the KDHE lab. The RFP, so all the proposals had to be within an 8-mile radius of the Capitol complex in Topeka. So if you would think and just draw a circle around the Capitol complex, it had to be within that 8-mile radius. Then when the when the RFPs came back, your committee would be presented these proposals by KDHE, and then the committee would review and make a recommendation to the State Finance Council. So that is your role as the Joint Building Committee in regard to the KDHE lab. For the KDHE lab, the bonds cannot exceed $65 million, and then the same thing, analysis would go through by the Director of the Budget, the Secretary of Administration, and the Secretary of KDHE to look for those federal COVID monies, and if they're available, then they would be used first, and then possibly the amount of bonding that the state would need to do would be reduced. I'd be pleased to stand for any questions.
Okay, committee, any questions for Jill? Seeing none, thank you, Jill. Okay. Let's continue our meeting with discussion of the Docking State Office Building and welcome Secretary of Administration Burns Wallace. Welcome.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you all. So I don't have a presentation, as you have heard me talk about this for a while with you all. And given the proviso and how you all moved forward during the session, what we wanted to do was just to make sure that in the packet that you all received, that you had updated numbers. And so you should have received, if you all remember, we started with a very large packet, just as a reminder, with all of the breakdowns of where we started. And so what we did and have provided to you is, again, kind of the two major options that we have been talking about in this space. And one being a full renovation of the docking building in terms of option A, as well as option B, which is a shorter building that brings the building down to 3 floors and then builds back, particularly with that top floor being conferencing convention space, indoor and outdoor, and flexible for utilization. So just bringing to your attention on page 5 of this short packet, you can see the, what we did is we have in a box what the current updated costs are for these two options. And so you can see, of course, there has been some cost escalation, but just kind of giving you the other column that is there takes you back to our the original proposal when we first presented these back in late or early 2020. The other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention is on page 6. Given the proviso, we had to update the timelines, the project schedules, to build in the additional time for the design, build, delivery method. So this is showing, just kind of to give you a sense of the different options in each phase of the construction and how we would move through them. And this does take into consideration the design, build, delivery method. We prior had a different delivery method that was built into our schedule, so we wanted to make sure that you had the most updated and accurate information for your discussion today. We do recognize, based on the proviso, that there will be one resolution or recommendation that goes to the State Finance Council for their decisioning. What I will say is that if, understanding that, and I know the subsequent conversation around the lab, there's going to be discussion, and it may take a little bit more time to make those final decisions around the lab. I will say that if we are in a position to make a recommendation from here around docking sooner rather than later, we won't be taking it forward to State Finance Council, of course, until both recommendations are ready. But it'll give us a little bit more time to start doing some of the work, including being able to, we have some estimates on what may be available for federal funding, but once we have a clean recommendation, we can confirm that number, which is one of the steps we need to do anyway, as well as working on some of the other architectural things that need to happen in this method to be able to get us ready to go. So with that, if we can answer any questions during your discussion, we are here to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions committee. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, earlier we had talked about the opportunity for combined space, and now I understand that the state may not be ready to use the full amount of space in the docking building in 2024 or 2025. So we may not need 12 floors at that point. Would you have any information, or what would it take to get information on what would change in terms of construction costs if 6 floors, the 6 upper floors, were mothballed rather than taken down? you know, I have two concerns. One, that we actually can get work done and be ready to occupy it sort of in a reasonable amount of time. And then the other thing is, you know, I'm hoping that we continue to see increased density in urban cores of our city, maybe some other opportunities for transportation that we don't have right now. And I hate to see a good amount of square footage go away if for a limited amount of funds, we could just mothball it.
I'm going to bring Frank because I'm not sure exactly what the mothballing includes, but I know he will.
Keeping out the moths.
Just also want to clarify that the estimates that you have before you simply create what we call, in, I guess, industry standards, is a white box. It's the fire suppression systems, it's the emergency systems, it's kind of the ductwork up to the equipment, and that's really it. We don't know who the tenants are going to be. So it's about as, I guess, vanilla as we can prepare at this point, not knowing what the next 3-4 years are going to do for those fit out. And that's whether we go with the high or the low. We're creating office space, but we do have to peel the skin off. We have to address the facade. There's really no clean way, based on my perception, that we can do that without a full commitment, at least to refurbishing it to the full extent. Also, there's safety. I mean, it's kind of all or nothing at this point. I know it's probably not the answer you're.
So this doesn't include any floor finishes or sheetrock on walls or?
Yes, let me clarify. We're not doing interior partitions per se. We're not going to build out individual offices. We will have a drop grid in there. We'll have lights. It'll be conditioned, but it won't be fully fit out as far as what that particular agency, because we don't know if it's one group on a whole floor or if it's going to be 5 groups on a floor. So that's what this next step is as we go through schematic design in our bridging documents process, is to kind of define what that looks like under whichever scenario you guys bring forward.
What I can say is also, I mean, as you all have heard me talk about in the past, you know, we continue to look at and try to assess the current and the future space needs, both of, you know, our agencies that are currently in the Capitol complex, as well as those that are surrounding and outside. And we do continue to have needs. We definitely have seen some changes during the pandemic and the way that we work. And as people look at how we use and design space, but that was some of the things, as you know, we were looking at before. Were our spaces the right spaces, not just the square footage match? So we continue to do that. I do believe that particularly as we started to look at the full building, and when it became clear that using it with the lab inside of the building was not one of the options that was going forward, trying to be very mindful of the spaces that we have, how we're utilizing those spaces around in the Capitol complex in particular, and the needs that need to be met, including being able to have that dynamic conferencing, training type of space that the shorter building will also give. We're able to build that into the taller building, but it's a different configuration. It would be in that, I believe, the first floor build out, and just have a more constrained footprint. And so please know that we, you know, looked across the board. That taller building, while across time, not knowing, you know, all the things that we will be in 3 to 5 years, it would be more of a challenge. But that space, there's opportunity to use that space, but we also have opportunities in our other buildings that we know that we're not maximizing all of the space in the way that we could to match on the current structures and the current business processes, right? So that shorter building still allows us to leverage all across the Capitol complex to utilize that space, but it also allows us to continue to use our local partners and the facilities that sometimes are better suited in a partner in a lease facility because of the functionality that we wouldn't have in the Capitol complex. So recognizing tall building, short building, and Senator Francisco, I hear you. That space is space that if we have it, can we use it? Yes. Do we know exactly how and full? That's a bit more of a challenge, and there is an opportunity there. I think with both designs, there is pure opportunity for the state to maximize their space, to better utilize their space and deliver services. At this time, we lean towards the shorter building just because of where we are and what we continue to assess with our space.
So I heard nothing about historic preservation. So, which is, I mean, I do want to say the docking building is an outstanding example of, 1950s architecture. And the shorter building is, to me, just a little bit lumpier. So the other question I have is, if we talk about this training space and gathering space, that in some ways strikes me as being more in competition with the private sector than necessarily providing, office space. So members of the legislature are happy to go places and, be feted, which we've certainly enjoyed. But, we've also seen the most recent round of that, and then it kind of changes as new facilities and new opportunities are available throughout the community. So
what I would like to say is, please understand that that space, that having a larger dynamic meeting and training space in this Capitol complex is actually, from my standpoint, critical to our operational needs. I have an agency that across my entire agency, I have close to 500 employees. There's no place for me to bring more than a third of my agency together without being outside right now. So even within our agencies, there is a need for that ability to have that training, to have meeting space, to be able to utilize it. And if the idea of the programming that space is where that it is very dynamic, right? Where you're able to break it up, where you can run things like, open enrollment sessions, at different sizes. You can bring those rooms down to a small, say, boardroom size, or you can open it up and have it to be a 200, 250 person, size event and have those coincide at the same time, right? So please note, I think about it, I say, kind of event space and things like that because it helps to paint the picture. But from operationally, from state agencies and the number of us, I don't have an actual conference room that holds more than 30 in the Department of Administration in any of the 5 buildings that my staff currently sit in. And so even for us, as we started to deal last year with the pandemic and even working with legislative affairs, they were looking for just a couple additional spaces where some of the committee meetings could take place if we needed to move beyond this building. We really didn't have anything. And so the one thing that I would say is in recognizing that, yes, there is meeting space that is within the community. I see this is truly an operational need across state agencies as well, making us more efficient and effective in this Capitol complex to be able to do and deliver the things that we need as well.
just a quick comment that exists in both solutions?
It does. It's built differently in the shorter version because that would be one of the rebuild levels. And so it would we would be able to have a little bit more flexibility. In the full version, it is the first floor. So we would be using the existing footprint to be able to build that out. But yes, it is built into both models.
And I'm looking at the plans and there may be more seating on floor 6 in the larger room, but both of them have the same connections between the smaller training rooms.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, was there ever any research or projection done about, my feeling is option B for 6 stories would initially be lower cost to maintain, to heat and cool maintenance over the years versus a 14-story, and I may be mistaken about that. Is there any cost projections about the difference in upkeep, maintenance, heating, cooling costs between the 2 options?
So our team is saying that the shorter option does provide more efficient construction and it's newer, more pieces of it are newer. So yes, there are some more long-term energy efficiencies in the shorter building.
But you can't really put a number on that
I don't know that we can put a number on it. I know when they were doing their original analysis, they looked into that and understand that also with the larger building that there were some energy efficiencies that would be built in, but would be more with the, because part of the shorter building is a new build and because it's a shorter complex.
Okay. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, have you identified any federal funds?
So we believe, looking at just kind of the outline of the proposals, the consultants that we have been working with believe we may be able to get up to 50% of the docking cost that would be eligible for ARPA funding. Part of it is that next step, though, the sooner that we can do, it's called the design, the bridging documents, the more clear that information is there, it will help us to identify the clean allowability. Because it's things like the air handlers, the infrastructure that is allowing us to be able to allow parts of the project to be eligible. So we think up to 50% of the building would be eligible. Mm-hmm.
Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I have a comment and a question. This project lies within my 57th district, and I also represent that area. I've had a lot of visits with the business owners, the Greater Topeka Partnership, Chamber of Commerce, City of Topeka, around this whole development. And the feel I get is that we need to reduce the size of the docking building. I think it's cost efficient. I think we can be more high tech with the conference room. It's like any other property that someone owns. You market it to be able to fill it. So I think that's my recommendation. I think the conference room will not be in competition with other places in the downtown area. You have Cyrus, who has a small conference room. You have Ramada, who has a conference room that's a ballroom. People want different things. If you want accommodations where you stay, then you go to the hotel. But I think for a business concept or a small convention, I think that we can create a big opportunity there, a big market, which would impact some of the people that we will be afraid of going in competition with because they'll have to stay somewhere. Second question is about the laboratory, but I'll save that for when it comes up on the agenda. The second question is this area used to be called the Capitol Plaza Authority. And I think, I don't know if you researched this, but I think by law, anything that had to be done within this boundary had to be approved by the Capitol Plaza Authority. I don't know if you appointed that board. I remember when I was on city council that the reason they formed that was in order so nobody could come into the Capitol Plaza and put a McDonald's across the street from the Capitol. I don't know whatever happened to that authority. I know that if you were going to build a building downtown, it had to be so high, it had to be approved by the authority. And I thought that that capital authority by law circumvented the legislative authority. Now, this is all off recollection from years ago. I'm not sure, and I don't remember who might have served on that authority at one time or another, but it was around for a long time, and it seemed like it dissipated, but just because it dissipated don't mean that if there was a state law that gave them the authority to do that, that it went away. Have we checked to see if it's still in existence?
It did dissipate. My team is saying they haven't met in 15 years. Now,
It's still on the books legally as being an authority that has a decision making over what develops.
we'll have to check with council and we can let you know.
Because I think that it doesn't, I don't know if it slows the boat down a little bit or not, but what it does is it makes sure that we don't get in any legal trouble. And if we do have something on the books, then maybe it's something that needs to come back before the body to be re-looked at. But I remember that board, and I remember it being a pretty strict board that was protective over the whole area.
Work on that for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Madam Secretary. I've had a lot of different thoughts about this issue every time I take a tour, and I do strongly agree with you that we need a training space that has flexibility in it. I go back to my agency days when I think it was SMART training or SHARP, and I always have to say neither one was SHARP or SMART, but finding a space, I think I was sitting by the toilet paper box when I got my SMART training. But we need space for doing a variety of things, whether it's for legislative things or agency. And so what really appealed to me about both plans was having that training space. I think what Frank said maybe makes me lean a little more towards the 6 floors. And that is, I was sort of hoping that if we did a partial renovation but kept all 12 or 14 floors, depending on how you count them, that there might be some significant cost savings to that. And I'm getting the feeling that as I read what needs to be done, you're going to have to do the vast bulk of it. You can't exactly mothball part of it and get it done. Would that be your opinion?
I think that's accurate, sir.
So I was sort of hoping we could kind of keep that door open. But then I was thinking, well, if we only did part of it, maybe we could redo the 6th floor in such a way. But then when I look at your diagrams and I go back to my early notes, which I'm impressed that I found today in the book, it looks like when you go with the 6 floors, you can actually make that 6th floor a very attractive, flexible conference area where if you did the whole building, you're sort of limited to the 1st floor to do that. Is that?
That is true. And if I'm not mistaken, the 3 floors that are built back on have a different footprint, which gives us architecturally different capabilities across all of those upper 3 floors, including the 6th. With the full building, we still stay within the bones. You have different space, more space, but there are different trade-offs to that.
And I'll emphasize again, just both in my experience as a legislator and an agency, I think there are times where we have a lot of constituents that want to come and give testimony or certain events, and it's always difficult or impossible, even in this remodeled building, to find some of the spaces that I'd like to see. That training space and that flexible space is important to me. The other comment I would make is we've kicked this can down the road, and I suspect in the real world we live in, nobody's going to get the perfect building option that they personally want. And I think it would be a huge mistake for us not to get a decision where we could at least use ARPA money to do part of the cost. And personally, I don't like that. I got kind of fond of that building during my early House career, because I had an office over there, and I got my 10,000 steps in every day, going back and forth to the Capitol 3 or 4 or 5 times a day. And we had committee meetings over there at times too. And so I don't want to miss an opportunity, and I hope our committee doesn't kick this down the road, and I hope that the State Finance Council does. And while being a good steward and being prepared for what the future might hold would make me lean towards the full renovation, I'm happy to go along with Plan B with the 6 floors if we can get most of what we need to have. And I feel like you've worked very hard on this, as well as your staff, trying to accommodate lots of different opinions that we've had over here in the Capitol. And I just, I hope we don't miss opportunity, and I hope we get a decision. And I think those of us on Ways and Means were eager to get a proviso in there that would get a decision on this. And, you know, I certainly hope maybe today we could get a decision. So, thank you.
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several questions. One, if one were to, it looks like under this, you have about $10 million in demolition costs, and I assume that it requires a lot more delicacy to move floors off of the top of a building as opposed to just taking the whole thing down. If one were to take the entirety of the building down, including the energy center, and build a new energy center, would the cost of the energy center be eligible for the federal funding?
Don't know, and I don't think the full cost would be, but we can check and let you know. I just don't know. It's not something that we looked at specifically.
Would you mind doing that and then looking at what demolition costs for the entirety of the building and energy center would cost on an updated number there?
We provided a number too for a full demolition of the building back in, I want to say March of 20. We can pull that number because it was specifically to a request that you had. It did not include, it was just the building. It didn't include the energy center. We can pull that information for you.
Yeah, if you would do that, I believe the energy center to cause some, you couldn't just implode the whole thing and take it down, right?
Correct.
So yeah, I wanted to see what a cost would look like on that before we move forward, and then see what kind of eligibility we have on an energy center for the entire Capitol complex. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What I would say is based on the assessment that we have seen so far, I would say that there will probably be components of the energy center that would be viable, very similar to what we're identifying for the buildings, but not the entire energy center.
Representative Alcala.
Representative Clays, I have a question for you. When you say federal funding, you're talking about the recovery funds? Or you're talking about different?
Oh, I don't really care what the full source is if it's going to pay for it.
What's your reference? Because
There's another bucket of cash around that we're all grabbing at. I'll take it.
the recovery funds have to be spent by 2025.
They have to be encumbered by 2024 and have to be spent by 2026.
2026.
Yes, sir.
Would that be possible to do that in that time frame if those funds were available? Pretty tight, wouldn't it?
Based on looking at the projection schedule for even the option B that we have now, it would probably be very tight. I can't say for certain as that has not been looked at, but we'd probably be pushing very close to the envelope.
Thank you.
Committee, Jill has indicated to me she may have some more information regarding this City of Topeka ordinance about, that you were referring to a while ago. Jill?
I think it was a state statute, not an ordinance. That's why I think that
Okay.
legislative decision-making after they had, I'm not sure.
So, sir, there is a group, it's called the Capital Area Plaza Authority. If you want to look at the statutes, they start at 75, 22, 36, and then go on. It's a 13-member group. The appointments are speaker, president, minority groups, governor, somebody from the city of Topeka. And then they were supposed to meet twice a year. And then their duties really are to prepare a long-range plan of development of the state capital area, which is comprised of the area around the state capital. And so really, that's their job, is to just currently update a long-range plan. They have some ability, this group, if it was a functioning group, would have some ability to purchase downtown land if it met criteria of an urban development district. But I believe the Secretary of Administration is correct. It hasn't been a functioning committee for there. And I don't think anything is being circumvented. I think they just aren't a group that's meeting. And so there's no long-range plan for the capital area that this group has put together.
So my question was, though, does that group still have the authority? And even though it's not active, does it need to be reactive? Or else they need to rescind the authority that was given to them by the legislature?
So the statutes were in 1972, and so, I mean, I think, can you say that this group should be functioning because of the law? Sure, but, I mean, I think we can find a lot of examples where that happens of something, so I don't think anything's missing per se, or I don't think anything's doing illegal. There's just not a group meeting to do this long-range plan that in 1972 they thought the city should do.
So my question is, can we move forward without reinstating this group?
Oh, yeah.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. Thanks for all the good discussion. The question I have is just a little more cosmetic, and just question on, when I'm looking at the design for the option B, is that an actual architectural design that you have and the floor plan and everything, or are those bridging documents still designing and figuring things out? Or are we actually looking at this, doing this picture that I'm seeing here?
So this work was done by the architectural firm that we brought on to do the assessment. At the end of the day, you still need those bridging documents, however, to be able to build out full scope as well as programmatic aspects of the space before then it could go out for bid, right? So what I will say was this was done by an architectural firm looking at what was possible and what was viable, right?
And so those top 3 floors, there's no windows?
Yeah, there's windows.
I mean, is that just a drawing?
It is. So understand it's like a very miniature drawing, and I would actually reference you back into here that has a lot more extensive detail on all of the design from where we went started. Apologies, we try to kind of
No problem.
move everything down in a digestible way, seeing as we've kind of walked through this a few times so that you all could see it in a snapshot.
Okay. I don't have that book, so thank you. If I could just take a peek. Thanks. It's in my office, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One other question that maybe you can answer now on Senator Clays's request for a full demolition cost, and that would be, what would the downtime be if we took down the energy center, the boilers, et cetera, in terms of, does that mean the whole Capitol complex would be shut down and wouldn't have heating or cooling services, I would guess?
What I would say is I don't know that we have researched that. What I would say is that there may be a concern that that feasibility of doing that, I think what you're alluding to of actually being able to take it down and stand it back up, it would be complicated and timely. And it would also be intricate, making sure that, those systems were able to maintain, but it would definitely have an impact on the entire Capitol complex. There's no way that we could bring that down and stand that back up without having some type of impact across the complex.
I think my add-on question is, you look at those costs that Senator Clay's asked would be, what would that downtime be, and what would the impact of that be in terms of how long would it take to set it back up, et cetera?
Well, some of you were on the committee a number of years ago. We went down this path. We did, at your direction, hire an architect, and we bid out a project to build a standalone power plant about a block and a half north of the State House, with the plan to repipe and put new tunnels to tie back into our system. That was contracted, under contract, and as soon as we started up the dozer, we were told, hold, paid the contractor to go away, and we ended that project at the directive. And so we've kind of been down that path. It had to be fully constructed, fully operational, and then the timing of when that project was done so that you don't have no heat in the State House per se before you could start to take out the asbestos and then implode the docking building or a selective deconstruction. So all of that has been looked at. I want to say it's been 6 years now. So we can go back and we can look at that. Those consultants would have to revise their numbers. We'd probably have to look at our operations now from what we thought we needed 6 years ago to what we had. So there's a whole lot of stuff there.
My recollection was that was a $20+ million construction just for the energy center.
Yes, we underestimated that and we came in way over budget, and we were just north of $20 million, and it was strictly a utility plant with a Capitol Police component. That was just about it.
Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one thing I do want to consider very carefully are the costs for our citizens of Kansas, and what opportunities we would have for that, for those federal funds. So I do appreciate that you've broken out the cost per square foot for the full renovation and for the 6 floors. So per square foot, you're saying it's $181 a square foot, and for the renovation, it's $236. So we are paying more per square foot. And then we're actually, we could be adding a third of the square foot if we kept those the other floors. You know, I'm also looking at the floor plans, and I think there's something to be said for having a gathering space on a first floor. All of a sudden, you don't have to use the elevators. I mean, if you're going to have a big meeting space and everybody's supposed to be getting there at the same time, it's nice to be able to walk in the door. Our accessibility, issues are easier for people. But if you look at floors 2 and 3, they're really pretty similar on option B and option A. And the real change is a little less ability to have an open space on 4, 5, and 6, or essentially just 4 and 5 for the agencies. But I think some of that depends on what agency we're talking about, and you know that there is that variety. So these timelines are based on the go-ahead, the notice to proceed being given in September of 2021.
That is true. We just picked a date. Every time we do these.
No,
Yeah.
I agree. But I'm sort of thinking option A seems to be something that we could more reasonably proceed with, assuming that we would get it done in time to use those federal funds. Because I don't see it happening, every step happening as quickly as we might hope. So I think it'd also be really good to know how, if we think that federal funds might be available for this, to make sure that we have a timeline that would allow for expenditures that would meet that timeline.
Do you look for that to be a problem with one option over the other?
I do not. I do not. Both of these would
I
fall
heard that,
within
but
the.
I thought you said it was a very tight timeline in terms of option B. So we would have to have that money spent by what year?
2026. But again, this was talking about in comparison to what these, to actually bringing the building down, taking out the power plant and redoing the power plant. That was what I was just opposing that against, not against each other. Both of these would be in line with a timeline to be able to spend the federal funds by the stated deadline of 2026.
But one would be a year earlier.
One would be slightly earlier, yes.
A year?
Let's see, just about, all right, just about. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the little numbers. Probably about 9 months.
Okay, committee, other questions? Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Secretary, I know they're trying to pin you down for a time frame or whereabouts, but there's a lot of variables that can happen in between. They can push it past that time. So I'm not too sure, but if they do level it down to 6 floors, is there any asbestos in that existing facility right now? So that would also prolong the process.
It's built into the process.
So it's already in
Yeah.
that.
So understanding that when the architects came to do the original assessment, they went through and looked at the existing building and then built into their timeline as well as their original assessment, the needs of that particular. So it wasn't as if they kind of projected. It was based on our building, our circumstances, the nature of the building. Yes, sir.
Other questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Appreciate you being here. As we proceed, I think we'll go on to the review of the state laboratory request for to give us the RFPs that they received. And so is Myron here? Yes. Welcome, Myron.
Thank you. Okay, can we hear you okay now? Okay, good, super. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to put the slides up on, you all have the slides, but also we put them up on the screen so people can see them. The slides sort of tell the story. I think they help us understand what all we've accomplished so far. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Myron Gonzalez, of course, and the director of the State Lab, Office of Lab Services, more commonly known as Kansas Health and Environmental Laboratories. I appreciate the opportunity to report to you on what we've accomplished at the request of the legislature and this committee to provide a suitable location for a new state laboratory to better serve the citizens of Kansas. I want to thank you for your continued support and help in helping us get a new laboratory. There is a critical need for a new laboratory. We won't belabor this, but I think it does exist. Our goals are to solve building infrastructure and inefficiencies and failures, to improve employee safety and recruitment and retention, and streamline layouts for efficiencies of workflow. In 2019, this committee approved KDHE to hire an architectural firm to do programming and design for what was needed in a replacement laboratory building or in a renovation. This work was completed that year, and the report was presented to this committee as well as the Senate Budget Committee and House Appropriations Committee in January of 2020. Some highlights from that programming and design effort were that the programming design effort focused on what was needed for the size, layout, efficiencies, and cost. The architects met with all the staff at the laboratories, and also hired an additional consultant to consider the possibility of renovation and current space and confirm what was needed to serve the citizens. The team looked at potential locations for the placement of a new building, and for the purposes of initial feasibility and design, they did identify 3 state-owned properties for consideration and feasibility. No action was able to be taken in 2020. The committee, but this year, this committee again picked up this issue and resulted in a proviso of this year's budget. As has already been pointed out, the proviso directs that a new lab be built, but the site selection must occur to determine what is available within an 8-mile radius of the Capitol complex. The proviso directed us to issue an RFP in that regard and return the results to this committee for selection and final recommendation. So the next few slides, I'll go through the process that we've gone through this summer for that site selection and that RFP. The approach was basically very simple: establish minimum specifications for what is needed to build a new lab. What's the location? What's the size and land of the land and or the building? Allow for new construction renovation. This RFP was, we used the architectural firm to help us with this because there's also things such as load bearing and utilities and roads and structural requirements, et cetera. Local amenities were also included as a specification because that's really critical to support employee retention and recruitment. We published this RFP on August 2nd. The notification was put on the state website. It was posted in the Kansas Register. It was published in the Capitol Journal from August 5th through the 18th. And we also made many informal notifications to and conversations with anyone who might be interested in supporting this or providing a response to the RFP. What we've done is we've assembled and provided you with a document package. You should all have it. It's basically titled Review of State Laboratory Request for Proposal Process and Presentation for Proposals. It's about 95 pages or so. In this package, you'll have you see the table of contents, so you can go down to find components within it. But it contains a copy of the RFP that was published. It contains the evaluation tool, which we'll talk about in a moment, as well as summary documents and copies of all responses and their evaluations. The closing date for the proposals was August 31st, so we've made a pretty quick turnaround time to be able to present to you today. In order to do the evaluation, we asked the architect to help us with this because certain things such as power, utilities, construction are things that we didn't feel confident to do on our own. So there is a yes/no evaluation. It's really a viability versus not viability. You know, is the property or is the building even, does it look like it could even work? In order to organize and present this, you created an evaluation tool, which is also in your packet of documents, a blank one. And we realized that this initial evaluation could pretty much only tell us, you know, kind of a cursory yes, no, does this look like it could be viable or not? We might have to do additional work to determine or verify technical or full financial impact of any given property that was proposed, such as you might need to do engineering of either soil or structural analysis, or what taxes or assessments might be required for any given site. But at least it gave us a chance to get an overview. So now for an overview of the proposals. We received 5 site proposals from the public as on the date. 4 of these proposals were considered as meeting required specifications. One of the proposals was for a building that did not offer adequate space. It was only 26,000 square feet, not adequate, and it was also office space. Therefore, we considered 4 of the proposals to be viable. All 5 are included in your package, though, for your review. As a quick overview, 1 of the 4 remaining was for a current building renovation. The other 3 were for land to build on. Of the land options, 2 were offered as leases and 1 as a purchase. Only 1 of the 4 was in a downtown location. And while we do have some costs presented with each proposal, we do note that there are unknown costs associated with each of these proposals that could be significant. There are also concerns with owning a building on land that you lease versus land that you owned. And we recognize that if you have to purchase a piece of land, That also requires legislative approval, legislative action. We also included in the evaluation, using the evaluation tool, all three of the previous discussed sites that were presented to you last year. All these were presented, they're used by the same tool and are given to you so that you can have comparability side-by-side data. So this aerial is a little bit difficult because Forbes Field is so far down, away from downtown, but at least you can see that here this is the 8 properties described, the 5 commercial, for lack of a better term, 5 commercial properties, and then the 3 state-owned sites. Just for orientation, if you see that one that says downtown site, the downtown site is the lot 4 right here, just south of docking. So that gives you an orientation. That's the most closest to where we are standing right now. And then everything else kind of spreads out from there. So that's the overview. So this table provides a quick overview of the results of the various sites side by side. This slide shows 5 of the responses to the RFP, which are basically the commercial sites, all those that responded to the RFP. And the next slide will show the same data for the 3 state-owned sites. The entire summary document is in the documents package as one whole table. It's on page 14 if you need to see it all at once. The shaded site is 320 Southeast 6th Street. This is the site I mentioned earlier that did not have adequate square footage based on the RFP specifications. So it was shaded and not considered. You can see on this table that the one site identified as a purchase is the Konza McVicker site. This is out near this interstate in state surplus buildings up there on north towards Vickers, just off the interstate. That is one that is identified as a purchase, and the price there is $1 million estimated. Of the viable sites, the only downtown site is the 11th and Quincy site. This is pretty much behind the McDonald's, just off of Kansas Avenue. This is a lease proposal which might need supplemental parking, which is also being offered across the street for an additional $20,000. So that one's about an $85,000 a year minimum for parking to include everything. While some of the statements made by the respondents regarding soil conditions and building and utility and zoning, there really was not enough detail to truly know for sure if all of it was going to work on any of the given sites. If they'd be fully capable of supporting them. The one building renovation that was offered, besides the one that was already an office building that wasn't adequate, was the 3231 6th Avenue property, or 6th Street. This is formerly the Payless Shoe plant and corporate offices. It is in the process of being sold to the entity that submitted the proposal. So we were not able, they did not present any actual costs for the lease that would be available. It is also not clear whether the building would meet all of the requirements for load bearing, floor to ceiling heights, etc. This site would also necessitate sharing space since it's about 300,000 square feet and we would only be taking 100 or so out of that, which could pose some security risks for the type of work that we do at the laboratory. It also would need an evaluation of the floodplain since it's right near the edge of that site. So of the sites that were presented, the summary of the state-owned sites are as follows. Some things to note about state-owned sites that you can see on this table is that they, with the state-owned site, there's no leases or purchase, so both of those columns are no cost to us. Also, if we build on state-owned sites, then we're not subject to special assessments or property taxes, which could impact our future costs significantly. And finally, we would not have to maintain separate insurance or grounds maintenance support, since the Department of Administration could support us with that. Whereas if we're leasing a piece of property, we would have to hire our own grounds and maintenance staffing. I would like to highlight some of the financial considerations that have come out in evaluating the commercial sites that were put forward. First of all of the submitted proposals involve either a lease or a purchase. This means that the total ongoing cost of a new building would have to increase to cover the cost of a lease or the purchase. In addition, some of the leases include escalation clauses that would increase periodically over time. Because there's quite a few unknown costs at this time, it's not really possible for us to give you a full financial picture of each of these sites. Some of the research and negotiation that would need to be done in order to provide that level of detail would be final proposed expenses could take weeks, maybe even more than a month, before we could find final documentation and final costs for you. Some of the research that would incur additional costs, things like such structural assessments, soil engineering, as well as lease negotiation and things like that. Also, of course, if there was a recommendation to make a purchase, as I've mentioned before, that would require legislative action, again, delaying the process and costing more than the state-owned sites. In evaluating the financial considerations of all options, as has already been discussed when thinking about docking, timing must be also incorporated and considered. When we met with you earlier this year, you were provided with an updated estimate for the cost of the project of around $68 million. This was predicated on the ability to start the process in November, and based on current costing models for construction, it's estimated the construction component of that $68 million could escalate somewhere around the $240,000 a month if we have to delay, given the cost of materials and labor. It's also worth noting that due to the pandemic, as has already been mentioned again, that there are federal funds that could be used for portions of this project, even for the laboratory as part of their infrastructure. However, they do also have performance criteria for performance that will expire over the next few years. Timing related to costs are especially important when comparing the state-owned sites to commercial sites. With state-owned sites, there'd be very little startup time needed, but as noted earlier, most of the commercial sites would require negotiations, investigations, and evaluations, which could extend start times by weeks or months, or even longer if legislative action was needed for purchase, and thus increasing costs. So in summary, I appreciate the commitment, we appreciate the commitment of this committee and the legislature to help us resolve the desperate need to replace the laboratory building. We've taken all the actions required of us, requested of us, and to present you options for a site to build the state, on which to build the State Health and Environmental Laboratory. These options include both state-owned and marketplace-provided sites. We've done initial evaluations of all sites and provided all commercial responses as requested by you. You have these documents in front of you, including initial costs associated with both the commercial and the state-owned sites. Our evaluation is that the state-owned sites are available today and use state land that may be underutilized. A state-owned site will go faster to get started and will be less expensive to the state since there will be no taxes or leases, etc. And finally, the possibility that we'd be able to use federal funds for part of the building costs if we're able to start quickly is definitely a compelling factor. We need your help and leadership to provide the tools and resources needed to allow the Office of Laboratory Services to be equipped to support the citizens of Kansas. It is our hope that the committee would make a recommendation to the Finance Council along with a docking recommendation to build on Lot 4 downtown or possibly the K&I site. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The two sites that you just named, downtown and the K&I, do you have an estimate of how much the federal government would cover on the new build on those sites?
I do not. It would, because they don't allow I can only use part of the money for basic infrastructure components. The money so far as I'm aware, and this would have to be evaluated, is not primarily for new construction, but it could be for things like a generator or things like a gas generator or infrastructure pieces that would reduce the overall construction costs. I would defer to the EVA if I'm mistaken on some of that.
Senator, we believe it's very similar. It's our projections could be up to 50%. But again, once we get into that that next piece of it, we'll be able to nail down a specific number and identify in the projects what all is eligible or allowable under it. But at first glance, looking at it, it's that the consultants believe it could be up to 50% in this scenario as well.
And this may be for you as well. So if we were to find a building that is already constructed and do renovation, is it possible to go over that 50% if we're buying items that are filling that space as opposed to actually building a building?
No, we still have to be careful because the items are not necessarily all allowable either. That's part of, for us, once the determination of kind of what building, what property, it'll allow the consultants to actually like then take it apart and say, okay, this is allowable, this is allowable. So I can't say that's probably their best guess. And that's with new build or even a renovation because there's some, as the current, at least ARPA is written, there's just some quirkiness in there that it's easier when we have a little bit more definition to it, so.
So if we were to, hypothetically, if we were to build a new KDHE lab and take docking down to grade and build a new building on that site, both of those would be eligible for up to roughly 50% of them being covered by federal funds. Is that
Not necessarily, but depending on what that new building was for and what the utilization of it was for docking, it could be looked at for allowability.
So what is it about docking that had you saying 50% previously that doesn't have you saying it on a new build?
So one, I don't know what the new build is, what the construction is, or how it's going to be utilized. Part of the allowability is you talk about the programmatic space of what the building is being used for, what your current circumstances are, and how you came up to the proposal for the renovation of it. For the consultants that we work with, we provided all of that background. Short of being able to say the new building is exactly the same or what, I don't want to speculate. I would say that we would have to see. And that's, I don't want to overstate and I don't want to overpromise.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, when you were speaking of the 50% on the renovation of docking, what were the elements of docking being renovated that had you saying up to 50%?
So I can provide that to you in writing. Okay?
That sounds great.
They've done an assessment. So based on our space and docking, docking is part of the larger capital complex strategy around space utilization, as well as, in and around the air and us being able to utilize that space differently. So our justification in including docking as part of or asking for the allowability was because it was part of our capital complex plan around space and being able to create that space going forward that is recommended post-pandemic. Correct. So again, without knowing what the new build would be, what the configuration would be, what we're proposing in it, we'd have to work all of that out and then have them assess that new building on what it is. So.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank both of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Francisco.
This is following up to that request regarding the estimate about allowable expenditures. And I'm wondering, do you have that for the two options for docking, or could you provide that to us? Because I'd be very interested to know if there's a difference between the allowable expenditures between option A and option B.
They're going to be very similar because they're more structural, but we can see if there's any differences.
Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't recall if this was during a presentation during, I know we talked about it in here, but in appropriations, we talked about taking the facility down to ground level, relocating the utility plant over where SPG parking lot is, and I think we talked about another demolition of the old SPG building. And we talked about putting the lab within this, using the floors of the docking, putting the lab in the existing docking, 6 floors. And I think the governing bodies opinion was they didn't want to do that. One, for tremendous cost. Two, because there was nothing wrong with the utility center we have now, and the pipes running from building to building. It was going to be, it was more than the amount, I heard somebody say 20 million or something like that. It was more than that amount during that presentation. I don't recall, but I don't, Madam Secretary, you might have did that presentation for appropriations. I can't remember very good what it was, but I know that those conversations come up. And so I'm all for a new building if that's one of the options. And it seems like the presentation is based on state-owned property. Have we reached out to the Greater Topeka Partnership, who's brought in Target, Home Depot? You know, they've expanded different businesses, and so they found facilities for these people. Have we visited with them to see if there is any facility that was existing that could be almost key-ready with small adjustments? The cost would be a lot less than building a whole new building. I'm not saying I would not support a new building. What I'm saying is, though, I'd like to know if there's options available. You know, those options are reasonable.
Well, and actually, Representative Alcala, that was the whole reason for doing an RFP, was to get out there in the public and say, what do you have available? And we did communicate, I believe that we communicated with just about all of those, you know, Go Topeka, Topeka, you know, city people, anybody who we knew did stuff like that. We made sure they knew about the RFP so that they could propose sites for us. And what we got was the 5. They did not come up with any. The only one building that would even be feasible for renovation would be the Payless building, and we're not sure about it yet.
I'm just wanting to know if there was other options. We visited with them if they had any other ideas and stuff. If not, that was the answer to my question.
I did early on spoke with Caitlin Bridges when we didn't know where the innovation campus and the plug and play. There was a lot of early discussions. I had multiple meetings with downtown associations, the partnership. I actually sit in on some of those. There was a lot of discussion about, could we be an anchor? Could we help? They've obviously announced they're coming downtown now. Correct. So yes, those discussions have been ongoing, and when our RFP went out, even just, we went through our standard procedures, that information was also sent out to Curtis Sneed and many others to just try to get as much communication out there so that we could really give this RFP a shot to see what could be produced.
Other questions? Seeing none. Committee, I want to remind you all that we are tasked with providing a recommendation to the State Finance Council on which RFP that we would recommend to the State Finance Council. We were presented these RFPs today, and I know it's new to all of us. I would suggest that at our next meeting scheduled October 5th and 6th, that we come to a decision about which RFP we want to endorse and send to the State Finance Council at that time. That gives us plenty of time to digest the RFPs we've seen today, and to also reach out to the Department of Administration with any questions or concerns that you have that weren't answered today, possibly. And so that's what we're trying to get done is come to a decision at our next meeting. So any comments about that? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that plan. I think it's very helpful. And then I did realize that I had one more question. So on the downtown lot, and this is just looking at, you know, the overall notes for each of the site locations. The downtown lot talks about that an adjacent supplemental parking area would be needed, and just to know if there's a proposal for that or what that cost might be.
Yes, ma'am. That was, the original site layout that we presented there does have basic parking for most of the employees, for the employees. We did just want to make a note that, you know, the large judicial, the lot south of the judicial center is also available, that some employees could park over there as well. So it may be needed, it may not be needed. You know, as we've ramped up this past year, we've had a few extra employees. So, but we did account for a basic number of spaces in the original plan. But that supplemental would just be the judicial lot that already exists.
I just have one more comment, and this is for the architect or landscape architect. I was very surprised that the employee parking went right by the loading docks before they got to their car parking spaces. So we might want to look at that.
It was kind of a conceptual design, but yeah,
I understand it's conceptual,
we'll
but
certainly take that into consideration. I appreciate that heads
Conceptually
up.
good idea.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator Hawk.
Just one other thought we haven't talked about here. I think we had originally talked about trying to do the lab and the docking together. And if we do if we did do a full docking renovation, all floors, then we have a parking problem. And so the other thing we talked about, one of those meetings we approved the minutes on today, was a parking garage. So for me, that almost was a deal breaker in terms of looking at that other $30+ million cost. And that probably moves me more towards a smaller docking building, as much as I would like to have more flexibility 20, 30 years down the road if we needed it. But I guess we all have to live in the world that exists today. And so we didn't talk about that, but I think that's something when we come back in October, we're going to have to weigh that into the calculus too. Thank you.
I would agree with that, Senator, and I also remember discussing that sometime in March, I believe. In regards to the docking building, I think it seems to be intertwined somewhat with the decision we make on the KDHE lab also. The State Finance Council will make a decision on both at the same time. And I think if we want to endorse option A or option B, we feel like we need to endorse an option, we can also do that at our October meeting. But I think there's a lot of things up in the air with both of them working together and ARPA money, and there's a lot of unknowns yet. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for all the work and the RFPs and doing all of this. And so my question, though, I think for Mr. Chairman is, when we come back in October, are these the options? This is it. This is what we're deciding. I so appreciate this long booklet. I will dig into that. But I'm curious if, and one of the reasons is Senator Billinger, before he left, said, ask them about the mall that they're going to raise. What about that space? And so that, and other things that have come up that I've heard people talking about, I'm just curious if this is it, or if there's any room for wiggle.
My initial response would be that we are up against a timeline with getting federal money spent on time. Jill, can you help us with when the State Finance Council meets and any timelines they may have on accepting RFPs?
Well, I believe when the governor calls the meeting. So by statute, the governor, as chair of the State Finance Council, calls the meetings. And so I believe when a recommendation is made and then the Department of Administration gets all the paperwork together, then they recommend to the governor that the governor call a meeting, and then a meeting is called based on everyone's schedule. So it can, I mean, I've seen them happen in 48 hours, and I've seen people have 3 weeks notice. So it just varies quite a bit, sir.
My response would be to try and make a recommendation at our next meeting If we're unable to do that, then we will send that along to the State Finance Council too, that we weren't able to. I think we should be able to do that at least on the lab. I'm hoping October 5th.
Okay. All right, thank you.
In regards, committee, I wanted you to look at, please review the tentative interim schedule. Our next meeting dates are October 5th at the State House and October 6th at the Lansing Penitentiary. And so I would ask if those dates are a conflict with anyone. It may be conflict to someone that we're not aware of. Yes.
I will just mention that I have the state, or sorry, the Child Welfare System Oversight Committee meetings those same days in the Capitol, and I was hoping to go back and forth. I didn't realize we might be meeting on the 5th off-site, but I was just going to do my best to.
Okay, October
just so you
5th
know.
would be at the State House and October 6th would be Lansing. We can,
Okay.
does anybody else have a conflict with those dates? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the dates were sent. The specifics about the location of those dates was not provided to members.
Okay, we can work on that. And I'll talk to our committee assistant and see if we can, is there any other alternative dates around that time period that conflict with anyone?
Is the 4th available for anyone? That would be that Monday.
Merle, can you remind us about the Lansing commitment? What were we going to do there?
So both the Lansing Correctional Facility was a recent construction the new facility itself is a construction project that was completed last year. So this would be a tour of that facility. And then 35th Infantry Division Headquarters is also a project that is in progress. It is not complete. The agency has indicated that it's really not in a position it's a very warehouse-looking structure. So they have not finished out some projects. So if this group wanted to see this at a later time, that might work better. But both of them would essentially be tours of the site. So with this schedule, it was not intended that necessarily business action occur on those days. So does that help, sir?
It helps in that we do need one day for business actions, right?
Correct. So we would be looking at October 5th would be the business day coupled. So you would hear from, example, the Department of Corrections, you would hear their 5-year plan. And then on October 6th, you would see some of the items that were discussed in the Department of Corrections presentation. But anything critical that required approval by the committee would really be part of the business meeting that happened on October 5th.
You guys are meeting 5th and 6th. Well, it's almost handy to do it while you're here, the 7th and 8th then.
I have a board meeting of another organization, but that's okay, because maybe that would be okay with the other representative to do it that day. Or, maybe if we kept the tour on the 6th, we could miss the tour. As much as interesting as that would be and how much I would love to see it, it's not essential. So maybe, yeah. So if we keep it on the 5th, we'll do the best we can to cover both, but.
What we might do is just reach out to you folks individually and work on this between now and then and see what we can come up with. Representative Owsley.
of the meeting, October 5th, to, instead of the 5th and 6th, moving it to the 7th and 8th?
Well, your meeting's the 5th and 6th, right?
Correct.
I was thinking ours would be the 7th and 8th.
That works with my calendar.
Business on the 7th, Lansing on the 8th. Thursday and Friday.
That would allow me to be here full
You're
attention.
here anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be interested,
Go ahead.
thank you. I'd be interested to know if the conflict is on this, with the other board meeting, even though it is if it's the 7th or the 8th, and if we could switch our tour and business meeting. I really think that we want to come up with the best answer we can for the docking and for the KDHE labs. And I hate to see anything that would, feeling that there's not everybody here on the committee, that would extend that beyond our October meetings.
I would agree with that. It's imperative that we meet that week in October for the business day.
So my meeting on the 7th is in Kansas City, and it starts at 1 o'clock. So I could be here 9 to noon, or, you know, if that's helpful, if that's when you would want to have that discussion. But again, please don't change it because of me, because there's a whole committee here.
Or we could have a tour that's close to Kansas City on the 7th, and you'd, so I think those are the options, and we could find out, maybe we could ask staff to, you know, have each of the committee members respond with our ability for those 2 dates.
Okay. It looks like the 4th is even an option, maybe.
The 4th is an option, and then the 5th could be the tours if we all promise to take videos and send them.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes.
It does sound like there is a general conflict that we have 2 committee meetings scheduled both on the 4th and the 5th, right? We would have loved, I would say our dates were set before that other committee set their date, but we want to try to make this work for everybody. So I would suggest that the 7th and 8th seems like it's a viable option on the 7th, because we have a member who is occupied in the afternoon. So what we could do is look to schedule the decision about the docking in the state lab, make that a focus for the morning.
Okay.
And then those 5-year capital improvement plans could happen on the afternoon of the 7th. And then we could proceed with the tour of those facilities on the 8th, if that's amenable. Another option would be to do the business on the 4th and simply cancel the tour. So there would only be a 1-day meeting in which all critical business is addressed. That is an option.
Representative Alcala.
It's just me. Let's do business on the 4th, cancel the tour. If somebody wants to go, they can reschedule it later time. We have the days that they gave us for the budget anyway, so maybe November or sometime, but yeah, let's take care of the business where we can get everybody here all day.
Okay, let me ask this question. Does anybody have a problem showing up on October 4th for a business day to make decisions about the lab, possibly docking building to send to the State Finance Council? Representative Ousley.
I can make it work, but I'm on the steering committee for the CSG Build Fellowship, and that is running into the 4th in Minneapolis. They've asked me to attend as I'm a co-vice chair. I could make it work. I haven't bought or made travel arrangements yet, so I could come back Sunday, but it would cut me short on other legislative business.
Let's try to make this work on October 4th.
Mr. Chairman, I can make it work on the 4th, but I would have to come remotely on the 4th. But I could be here, but I mean, I couldn't be here in person. But I can do it. I have something I have to do that night that I'm already committed to.
Representative Allen.
Just kind of an FYI, if you're remote, you can't vote if we have to vote.
Is Representative Hauser still online?
Yes, I am.
Good to hear you, Representative. Do you have a notion that might work better for you?
It's hard for me to pin down a date like that too far in advance. We're pretty fluid up down here. For one, I don't care to go on a tour of any kind. So whatever day that would be, I probably wouldn't be there.
Okay. So we're looking for one business day, the 4th or the 7th. And I think what we'll do is send out individual notices to you. You guys, we'll poll you via email, staff will, and we'll decide from that. Senator Hawk.
Just a thought, we might want to keep the Lansing tour as an option. If we don't make a decision on docking and KDHE, we would have some undetermined incarceration time until we did. Just a thought.
Okay, committee, what am I forgetting here? Staff?
I would just note on that schedule as well, we were looking to November 2nd, in which we would hear 5-year capital improvement plans from the universities and a tour of the Hale Library. Looking to do these actually in Manhattan is sort of the intent. I am now aware that November 2nd is Election Day, which may not be the best day to do that. So we will be looking to either move that left or right. Probably move that to November 3rd.
Wednesday, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry, did Senator Francisco, would the second work, I'm sorry, would the first work better?
The first would work better for me, or anytime that following week. Although I guess I have a 911 coordinating council meeting just the morning of the 8th.
We may poll you on our November dates too.
Hard group to schedule.
Hard group. Okay, does the committee have anything else they want to discuss? Not? I would take a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Seconded by Senator Hawk. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes.